Okay. Good evening, everybody. Appreciate you braving the heat to come see us tonight. We really do appreciate that. I do not have a youngster lined up in the middle of the summer, so I'm going to have to open the meeting. So with that, I will call the meeting to order, and then we will call the roll.
Matthews.
Here.
Ingalls. Here. Frazier. Here. Bolt.
Here.
Rutherford. Seahorn.
Here.
Richter. We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so invocation tonight, Father Simeon. The microphone's all yours. Father Simeon is with the Abbey at St. Gregory's. Appreciate you coming out tonight.
Lord, we call upon you as we know you. We can't see you as you are, and we don't know you as we ought, which means we're ignorant. And though we're ignorant, you are patient, and you are merciful, and you are kind. Help those gathered for this meeting to be patient, merciful, and kind, even with those they deem ignorant, to show compassion and mercy, to have the courage to say what needs to be said, the prudence to not say any more, and the meekness to say it with charity and compassion. This we ask as we know you, and I in the name of Christ Jesus the Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Father. If you would join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so item 1 is citizen participation, and it looks like I've got 4 or 5 names that we'll call upon. So same rules as always, 3 minutes per person, 12 minutes per subject. Please address me. And first up is Kevin Hanna, and I know I saw, there he is. How are you doing tonight, Kevin?
Great. Mayor, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Excellent. First thing I would like to speak about is an event on behalf of POGO. On September 28th, they're going to be having Pedal-Palooza on the campus of OBU. It is wonderful to live in a community where we have sidewalks and places where we can walk and ride bikes and do so safely. And so we're glad to announce that. Look for it on social media. And a second thing, as a representative of Leadership Shawnee, Class 37, the best class ever, we want to say congratulations to Ashley Fickner. We love you, we adore you, we're crazy about you, and look forward to you being on the City Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Next up is Rob Morris. How are you tonight, Rob?
Pretty good. Tonight, I hope everybody got a chance to go out to the rodeo. I heard positive things this year. They understood that the rain wasn't something we could control. However, the dirt conditions were better, stalls were better prepared, so heard positive things about the rodeo this year. Coming up next month, apparently there's an app where we can actually show, just shows a little red dot, nobody's name or information, but everywhere that people go from the rodeo. So we can, in fact, show the sales tax of where people spend their money when they're here. And I think we're going to find out that they spend a lot more than we think. So, on to the next thing. Number 11 on the agenda for capital improvements. Wouldn't it be prudent to wait until after the runoff to find out if the 2 new commissioners, one for sure, another possible, feel the same way about the improvement plan? Or just go ahead and do it now and then they can just deal with it? Also, is there an amending process? Do we have to follow it to a T, or can we jump around a little bit? Lastly, for the vice mayor, same thing as before. If by chance we have a new mayor in a month, or 2 months actually, then maybe they choose a different vice mayor. It seems weird to make all these decisions before there's a possible new change of command. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's see, next is Donata Martin, and I think I saw her walk in. How are you, Donata? And you can adjust any way
Adjust
you
it
want.
down. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Donata Martin on behalf of the Pot County Kayak Club. I first want to thank you for your dedication and your service. We know that it's not easy, especially a free job. That's not easy. On July 4th, our community gathered at Shawnee Twin Lakes for a truly memorable moment. Despite the weather, we had an impressive turnout with an estimated 30 to 40 boats, kayaks, canoes, and whitewater kayaks, all beautifully decorated with lights and glow sticks. This event showcased not only the beauty of our lakes, which are truly beautiful, but also the vibrant spirit and enthusiasm of our kayaking community. We even had people come as far away as Lawton to our event, which is a pretty neat deal. Just like Kevin talked about, our community investing and engaging in safe paths for bikes and our sidewalks. I also want to thank you on behalf of the kayaking community and extend our heartfelt gratitude for the $260,000 investment into the kayak launch area. I'm looking forward to see what that looks like. This investment is a significant step towards meeting the needs of kayakers of all abilities, ensuring that everyone can enjoy the beauty and excitement of our lakes. Long-term vision, this commitment perfectly aligns with the long-term vision outlined in the Shawnee Twin Lakes Master Plan. We look forward, on behalf of the Kayak Club, adaptive instructors, which we have several in our community, and our differently abled folks that have advocated before. We look forward to helping contribute to this planning phase so that these improvements meet the unique needs of kayakers, especially kayakers with disabilities. I implore you to please let us come to the table and have a voice before designing this park because it's so specific, okay? You're not only enhancing our current facilities, but also paving the way for future generations to appreciate and utilize our beautiful lakes. Thank you again, Commissioners and Mayor, for your support and dedication. Your efforts are truly making a difference, and I'm excited to see the positive impact that these improvements will have on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay. I can see John and Jane, maybe? Oh, I am so sorry. Come on up, and if you would, tell us your name so we have it right. So, Janelle.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming.
I hope you guys are having a good evening. So, do I just start?
It's all yours. You
Okay.
have 3 minutes.
So whenever we first came in, you guys had I came to an appeal, and you guys had overturned us demolishing back in, I want to say it was September of 22, possibly. And we had, my brother had killed my stepdad, and so I had missed the hearing date for it. And we were told that as long as we kept in contact and everything, that everything would probably be fine. And on the first extension, we had just gotten the money to take care of everything. And we have made it very clear that my husband is only home for half of the year, because he works 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And it is just him and I working on the house. I had asked Kevin, in the very beginning, I had asked Kevin, that we would really like to keep the house if there is ever an issue, to please let us know. We'll do the best we can to address it. I have been very vocal. I have emailed him, called, gone in there, which whenever I call, I do not get a return call. I've been very vocal about what has happened since then. My son has been through intensive therapy. We had to pull him out of school. I had to not work and homeschool him. He's possibly this year going back to school, but then my husband started having issues because we put all the focus on the kids, and I told Kevin everything. I know it's not ideal. I understand that it's not ideal. We have covered all the holes. The house next door, no offense, but it looks like it belongs with ours. It's not, terrible. I'm not sure why it's being considered like dilapidated, because it's not a terrible house at all. But we tried to address like the weather coming in. I'm not sure what the other concerns were about it exactly, but we can't get communication. On the last email that I had sent, I asked Kevin, you know, if there's going to be an issue, please let me know. That way I can maybe ask my brother-in-law to help us address it, because my husband is going to therapy 3 days a week right now. But things are looking better with, you know, our family. But I heard nothing, and then a month later, I had an
Ma'am,
email.
Your 3 minutes is up. I
Okay.
apologize, but thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Next up is Rick Young. There he is. How are you tonight, Rick?
First off, let me start by saying congrats to all those being honored tonight and recognized. The newly elected and appointed volunteers, Chris for Ward 3 and Ashley for Ward 4. Those stepped away but still are committed to being a part of the answer for Shawnee America. We do appreciate that for your service going forward. For nearly 5 years, the journaling, recording, with images, pictures, and receipts have continued for Shawnee America, Pot County, and the state of Oklahoma. It's just basically been almost turned upside down for the good, and will continue with the predicted tectonic paradigm shift that we're entering into after August 27. And no matter what happens, we just kind of switch some people out. Some people go and do other things, but we will carry on, and I do want to acknowledge that this evening. So. In closing, I want to close with the quote of the year, and I heard this at a Shawnee Forum. It was brought to us by none other than George Wright, a citizen of Potawatomi Nation. Now, as a history teacher, there are a lot of quotes out there that I can name off and tick off, even coaches' quotes, but this one kind of went right to the top. It says the top 5, but this is what George said in reference to what's going on in Shawnee, Potawatomi County, and in the state of Oklahoma, which we have some court cases that buttress this notion. We are not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So item 2 is consider approval of the minutes from the June 17, 2024 regular meeting. So,
Move to approve.
thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Mark. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 2. We will call the question. And motion passes 5-0. And at this point, we're going to recess the commission meeting to convene the Shawnee Airport Authority and Shawnee Municipal Authority. So things are going to go a little out of order than we normally do tonight. So with that, let's see. So we're going to the Airport Authority. I'm going to give everybody a minute or two to get signed out and get signed into the other meeting. And we're going to be back and forth a lot tonight, I think. Looks like that worked for me. Everybody else get in? Airport Authority, yes, ma'am. You get in, okay? Okay, I think everybody's in. Lisa, you see
Commissioner
everybody?
Ingalls, I don't show that you've joined
I did.
the Airport Authority.
Yeah, it says up there in municipal. No, not, there's airport. I'm in. It's just showing that that's fine. Oh, maybe you're right, sorry.
It's no rush.
First aid. Sorry.
There you're on.
You get it?
Yes.
We good?
We're good.
All right. righty, we are good. So item 1 is consider approval of the minutes from the June 17, 2024 regular meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
So Daniel and Cammy. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 1. We'll call the question. There we go. Motion passes 5-0. Let's see, so we are going to recess to convene to the Shawnee Municipal Authority. So I'm going to let everybody get out and we'll get into that. Oh, it's not letting me leave. Come on. Looks like I'm in. Everybody else good? You see everybody, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, good. All righty. So item 1 is consider approval of the minutes for the June 17, 2024 regular meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
So Daniel and Cammy again. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 1. We'll call the question. And motion passes 5-0. That was really fast. So we're going to recess to reconvene the Board of the City Commissioners meeting. So back to the commission meeting. Looks like I'm back. Everybody else good? Good. Got it? All right, I guess we're working again. So item 3 is consider a resolution expressing appreciation to Yana Frazier as Commissioner of Ward 3 in the City of Shawnee. So we're going to do this up here, or?
We'll still need a motion.
Oh, we're going to need a motion.
Move to approve the resolution.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
And Mark, okay, so we have a motion and a second for approval of item 3, and then Joe, I think, goes to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution expressing appreciation for the outstanding service of Yana Frazier as Commissioner of Ward 3 of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, providing that said resolution be spread upon the official records of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and providing that a copy hereof be presented to the said Yana Frazier.
Very cool. Okay, so now we'll go down.
We'll vote.
Well, let's do that. I'm in a rush to get down there and talk to Yana. That's for sure, because I really do appreciate what she's done. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 3. We'll call the question. And motion passes 5-0. Finally, you and I'll go up front.
All right.
All right.
Mayor, do you want
Yes,
us to do
ma'am.
number 4?
You want, we do them all at once?
And number 5 is the presentation.
Okay, all righty, very good. So item 4, consider a resolution expressing appreciation to Darren Rutherford as Commissioner of Ward 4 and Vice Mayor of the City of Shawnee.
Move to approve the resolution.
Daniel and Mark, so we have a motion and a second, so Joe, you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution expressing appreciation for the outstanding service of Darren Rutherford as Commissioner of Ward 4 of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and Vice Mayor of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, providing that said resolution be spread upon the official records of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and providing that a copy hereof be presented to the said Darren Rutherford.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 4. We'll call the question. Motion passes 5-0. So that gets us to item 5, which is presentation of resolutions of appreciation to Commissioner Yana Frazier and Commissioner Vice Mayor Darren Rutherford. And then we'll go do that. we have a resolution expressing appreciation for the outstanding service of Yana Frazier as Commissioner of Ward 3 of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, providing that said resolution be spread upon the official records of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and providing that a copy hereof be presented to said Yana Frazier. Whereas Yana Frazier served the City of Shawnee as Commissioner of Ward 3 from November 20, 2023 through July 15, 2024, and whereas the said Yana Frazier has demonstrated to be a person of upright character, a good citizen, a friend to many, and a worthy representative of the City of Shawnee, and whereas the said Yana Frazier has helped make many important decisions affecting thousands of lives in this community by taking a positive approach to the many projects set forth before her, lending her mature judgment and experience to those decisions, all while maintaining a level of unsurpassed integrity. And whereas she has been instrumental in the accomplishments of the city that include economic and cultural development, public safety, ongoing street improvement programs, and beautification of the community. And whereas it is both fitting and proper for this governing body to officially recognize said Yana Frazier for her dedicated performance of the duties and responsibilities as a member of the Board of Commissioners. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, that they hereby express their sincere appreciation and gratitude to Yana Frazier for her distinguished service to the City of Shawnee. Be it further resolved that this resolution be spread upon the official records of the City of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and that a copy hereof be presented to Yana Frazier with the desire that she shall continue to contribute her talents and energy to the betterment of the city, and that she shall enjoy her happiness, good health, and good fortune in the years to come, passed and approved this 15th day of July, 2024. So Yana, I'm going to give this to you, and I cannot thank you enough for your service. Let me tell you, this is not an easy thing to do. It is just not. And to step in, I don't want to say midstream, but I mean, we were way into it, but to step in and to agree to serve and then serve, you know, with the grace and dignity that you did. And I mean, I cannot thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
so
for having
much
me.
for what you have done and your service to the City of Shawnee. And we're very indebted to you for your service. And the floor is all yours, by the way.
I enjoyed my time in here, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
And I know you're not running off without, Jamie's got to get photos, so come over.
Okay.
You get one with me, and then you're going to get one by yourself. Yeah, hold that up. And get another one. She doesn't need me in all her pictures.
Thank you.
And so we have, very similar proclamation for Vice Mayor Rutherford. And, we want to thank him for, I don't know, it's been like 10, 12 years that he served for us. And again, that's not an easy thing to do. But we really appreciate all his hard work and his dedication to the city. And I know, I really benefited from discussions that I would have with him. I mean, he's got a good business mind and a lot of experience here with the city, and I know that benefited all of us that sat on the commission, and I know it benefited the community here. So thank you, Vice Mayor Rutherford, for what you've done. And you don't get to do a picture on this one. Nope. There you go. So, we do have the certificate, and I will get that to the Vice Mayor. Okay, item 6 is swearing in of Ward 3 Commissioner Chris O'Neill and Ward 4 Commissioner Ashley Fitchner. So if the two of you would come forward, you're gonna do this with the city clerk.
Are we standing here? Yes.
You're gonna raise your right hand. All right. I state your name.
I, Ashley Fickner,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not
and that I will not
knowingly receive directly or indirectly
knowingly receive directly or indirectly
any money or other valuable thing
any money or other valuable things
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty
of any act or duty
pertaining to my office
pertaining to my office
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear that I will
I further swear that I will
faithfully discharge my duties as
faithfully discharge my duties as
Commissioner
Commissioner
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so you guys don't go far, but not yet. So item 7 is presentation of certificates of election to Ward 3 Commissioner Chris O'Neill and Ward 4 Commissioner Ashley Fitchner. So I will meet you guys down here, right where you were. That's what I was saying, don't run off. So we'll do that, and then immediately after that, just give everyone a heads up, we'll do a recess so we can reset everything. Put these back on.
Yes, sir.
Come on, you can put these back on, because I won't be able to read without them. Okay, so, County Election Board, State of Oklahoma, Potawatomi County Certificate of Election pursuant to the Constitution and statutes of the State of Oklahoma. County Election Board certifies that Chris O'Neill is elected to the office of City of Shawnee Commissioner Ward 3. And so I am going to give that to Chris. And then we'll get photos in just 1 second. So then also, same thing, County Election Board, State of Oklahoma, Potawatomi County Certificate of Election, pursuant to the Constitution and statutes of the State of Oklahoma, and the County Election Board certifies Ashley Fitchner is elected to the office, City of Shawnee Commissioner Ward 4. So I'm going to give this to you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, commissioners. So now I'm going to she's driving the show right here. We can get photos of all 3 of us, and then I'll get up and you guys do whatever you want to do. I'm going to get them individually. Cool. Okay, so our next item is that we're going to recess for, however long it takes. It'll probably be 15 minutes or so that we can reset everything up here. So I believe there's some refreshments outside. So welcome our new commissioners and thank Yana again for her service to the city. So with that, we're recessed until we get all set up. So there's food out there, let's go eat it. Okay, so we are going to reconvene. I will warn everybody, well, there still looks like some cookies and punch out there, so make sure you get it all, because I know staff would just hate to have to eat that tomorrow. So, anyway, we are up to item 8, commission appointment of a vice mayor per Article 3, Section 6 of the city charter. So we will have that discussion. As you know, the vice mayor just serves in the event that the mayor cannot be here. So that doesn't happen very often. So with that, what discussion we got amongst the board here?
You know, probably from how we've done it in the past has been seniority, but the other side of that, I think we need to look long-term on who's going to be here for a while. I mean, I had a little bit of conversation with Darren before he left, and my take in is probably, I mean, I'm the oldest sitting one here, but you know, at some point I'm gonna pass the baton to the younger guys need to figure out what they need the city to look for. So I think Daniel is probably the best suited for it.
Yep.
So on my side, to step aside, and I would nominate Daniel for that if he's willing to do it. I mean, I'm willing to do it, but I think Daniel's better suited for it long term.
That'd be a good choice. Daniel, is that something you'd like to do?
I'd be willing to serve. I appreciate Commissioner Sehorn's, kind of on the other side of the coin. I'm willing to serve, but obviously would defer to him if he had, if he wanted to, because he is right. He's served longer than I have. So, but if he's willing to, I'm willing to serve.
I think you're probably better suited for it than I am.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second for Daniel to serve as vice mayor. And let's see, so that was Mark and Cammie. All right, we have a motion and a second. We will call the question. Let's see, we have, motion passes 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 abstentions. So, congratulations, Daniel.
Thank you.
All righty, item 9 is consider approval of consent agenda. So, we need a motion to.
Just move to approve item 9.
All righty, Daniel
I'll second.
and Mark. Is there any, okay, all righty, so we have a motion and a second for approval of item 9. We will call the question. And let's see, motion passes 5 in favor, none opposed, and 1 abstention. It's just item 10, presentation of Pet of the Month, Animal Control. So I know we had a dog out there. We still got a dog, Chief? There we go. We have a very patient dog, apparently.
Just when she calmed down, now it's my turn.
Let me tell you, thank you for being so patient
You're
tonight.
welcome. So this is Sage. She's about 1.5 years old. She's a boxer husky mix. She's very energetic. She gets
can
along
tell.
with everybody and loves everybody.
And what would it cost to adopt
Her adoption
Sage?
fee is $5, and she is spayed and has a current rabies shot.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. So you'd be glad to just load her up in someone's car then, right?
What do you drive?
Ah, yeah. That's what I need. That's what I need. Yeah. Well, she looks very friendly, and I bet she'd be a lot of fun, make somebody a good dog. Thank you so much, and again, I apologize we kept you waiting so
Okay,
long.
have a good night.
You too. Okay. Item 11 is consideration of resolution to adopt the City of Shawnee 2024 to 2028 strategic plan. And so that brings Andrea. The floor is all yours. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. I am truly excited to bring this particular item to the City Commission this evening. Please allow me to begin by saying that the city's strategic plan can take many forms, and you've probably seen many strategic plans before. Everybody always talks about SMART goals, but this particular plan is designed based on the citizen feedback that we received through a survey, and it is designed to guide future city commission decisions for projects and investment levels. So what you see on the wall here to my right and to your left are the vision, mission, and values that stem from the 2017 strategic plan development. The city's strategic plan webpage, which can be accessed via the government drop-down, and I have specifically asked to throw just a few slides up there because it is
Absolutely.
not that easy to find. So,
I think that'd be helpful.
yes. So the wording is it can be accessed via the government drop-down and the mayor and city commissioner page, but to get there is not so easy. So you see under the government drop-down, the first one there is the mayor and city commissioner page. And then once you click into that, you will see off to the left a sub-menu. That is where the strategic plan information resides. This is what it looks like, and it has everything, the 2017 plan, the 2016 underlying data, and then of course the latest and greatest information. So just to make sure that that is all there. I also wanted to point out that as part of the agenda package, the last page of the draft strategic plan, those are actually hyperlinked QR codes, so nobody has to pull out their phone on the screen. Right. Somebody can just click on that and go directly there. So in 2022, an internal review of that 2017-2022 strategic plan resulted in the determination that a complete update was in order. And that is particularly so because the underlying survey was taken in 2016, and at that time was already 6 years old. So in early 2023, city staff engaged ETC Institute, which is a nationally recognized firm, and they particularly deal with communities and statistical surveys. That is their forte. And we had them administer a citywide community survey. It was sent to randomly selected households all across Shawnee and provided actionable results and data to the tune of an error of margin of plus minus 4.7% at a 95% confidence level. And again, those results are residing on that strategic plan page if anybody is interested in looking at that entire report that shows the feedback that we received from the citizens. These survey questions that were sent out in 2023 were specifically designed to gather meaningful insight so we would understand what our citizens need and want from their city, but also that actionable data so we could utilize that information for the development of the strategic plan. And comparing the responses to the demographic data of the community showed us that it was representative. So it was geographically representative as well as representative of the sociodemographics that we have in our community. What was especially helpful with the survey were those correlating questions when we asked citizens about how important is an issue to you, and then we also asked at the same time, how satisfied are you with the issue? And that important satisfaction ratio is that rating is very important, because if somebody deems something very important, but they're already very happy with the outcome, then there is no additional need for additional investment in that particular area. And if we alternatively have an item that they're very unhappy with, but they also deem very low in importance, then again, the city should not focus on that, but instead focus on those items that have a high priority for our citizens and at the same time a low satisfaction rate. Ultimately, what came out of all of these questions, particularly the important satisfaction questions and then also the cross-disciplinary questions, was really a very vivid picture of what our Shawnee citizens wanted us to specifically focus our efforts and resources on. And that was homelessness, it was streets and sidewalks, it was traffic congestion, the city's water and sewer system, code enforcement and beautification, crime prevention, parks as well as walking and biking opportunities, downtown revitalization, and of course, long-term growth. Guided by these results, the citywide community survey, the Shawnee City Commission actually participated in a facilitated one-day. We captured all of you and put you in a room and had you look at the results and work together. Ultimately, what was done during that day was working with the department heads to identify these 6 overarching goals and the beginning workings of objectives. So we established the foundation for this particular plan. And of course, as everybody remembers, that happened 2 days prior to last year's tornado. So all best laid plans and so forth. So in the past year, parallel to focusing on the ongoing tornado recovery activities, city staff researched and refined some of those strategic action steps that came out of that visioning retreat to move forward with the desired goals and objectives. And thereafter, staff gathered citizen feedback on the draft strategic plan through 4 separate engagement sessions and a parallel online survey, because we wanted to make sure that we put it out there for those who prefer in-person meetings at different times of the day on different dates, and also accommodate those who could not make it to one of the in-person meetings. All in all, when you combine those comments that were given to us during the in-person sessions and the ones that were shared with us through the online survey, ultimately we ended up with 70 pages worth of comments specific to each one of the goals and several of the objectives and action steps. And all of that material was of course shared, and it is also available on our website. What these comments are is that very local, very personal flavor on, yes, I have an issue here, please address that, or the slight variation on, I think we really need to look at streets a little more than water and sewer. Again, there will be some differences between what came out of the survey results than what came out of the very personal insights, but by and large, those overlap. And reading those 70 pages of comments was very insightful. With all of these actions completed, I bring to you the proposed 2024-2028 strategic plan. And again, it is grounded in community survey data, so it is not the City Commission just simply deciding on what is best for the citizens by virtue of having had those results in hand before you sat down and looked at how can we move the city forward in the direction that our citizens tell us to go. Ultimately, we ended up with 6 goals. Improved quality of life being the highest rated one. We understand that additional effort is required and community assistance is needed to create that welcoming and safe community the city and our citizens desire. So focusing on these quality of life amenities will create an attractive city that will not just appeal to those who live here, but also may entice somebody who's looking for a new hometown to come here. The intent of the respective strategic goal is to engage the community in maintaining and enhancing Shawnee's character and quality of life. And to accomplish this, the city is looking to foster meaningful community dialogue, support revitalization and beautification of the community, improve parks and recreation facilities and programs, and then also align public safety with community needs and continued growth. The second highest rated goal was strategic operational growth. And the city is somewhat behind its peers. We do know that in terms of operational revenues and staffing levels, and we are somewhat hampered in our ability to provide higher levels of service. So what are those peer entities doing differently than we are? What is supporting their success, and how can we learn and adapt by virtue of observing what they're doing. Again, the intent of this respective strategic goal is to ensure that the city has continued operational growth while maintaining that fiscal sustainability we need for the long term, but also ensuring effective staffing with a high level of responsive city services. And to accomplish this goal, the city identified the following objectives, which is to identify operational challenges and opportunities, focusing on revenue generation, retaining, developing, and growing staff, as well as advertising our achievements, because we do not want to be the best kept secret in town. The third goal is robust economic development, and as you know, the city is primarily dependent on sales tax. While the city needs more retail, the community at large needs more living wage jobs. So community prosperity depends on both retail and manufacturing and industrial jobs. The intent of this goal is to promote, encourage, and enhance the creation of jobs, as well as the expansion of the local tax base through the pursuit of economic opportunities, the attraction and retaining of businesses, creation of jobs, and of course, all of that creates revenue to lift everybody within the community and foster community prosperity. For this particular goal, it is important to understand that the city is not well positioned to undertake these economic development activities on its own, such as exploratory visits or negotiations with site selectors who often insist on confidentiality because they're working with multiple communities at the same time. So instead, the city has had a long-standing partnership with our local economic development organization, first the Shawnee Economic Development Foundation and now Shawnee Forward. And again, to accomplish the robust economic development goal, the city is looking to collaborate with Shawnee Forward to support local economic development strategies. Goal number 4 is modernized infrastructure. The city's infrastructure is currently suffering from deferred maintenance due to insufficient funding levels for maintenance and infrastructure renewal. Replacement cycles for water and sewer lines as well as roadways are unrealistically long at this time, and the city's infrastructure assets will experience significant deterioration without any new and innovative practices, as well as significantly increased funding. The ultimate goal for this particular strategy is to build and effectively manage resilient infrastructure and assets that support our community's continued growth. And we want to do so by managing and improving capital infrastructure to provide high quality and sustainable utilities, transportation, parks, and public facilities. Major objectives under this goal are to monitor and advance bridge and roadway pavement improvements, advance transportation system improvements for better traffic flow and safety for both motorized and non-motorized users, advance drinking water system improvements to reduce water loss and improve distribution, advance wastewater and stormwater system improvements, and maintain and implement a consolidated capital improvement plan, something that we started about a year and a half ago. Goal number 5 is intentional city growth. We know that we have the potential to grow by virtue being on the far eastern side of the expanding Oklahoma City metro area. And as part of that, it is particularly important to understand that the city will likely experience an increased rate of growth by virtue of the build-out of I-40 to 6 lanes. So this goal is really focused on promoting growth by guiding community growth and development towards economic sustainability. As we provide water and sewer infrastructure, we cannot do so in a willy-nilly fashion. We have to be very deliberate about where we grow, how we grow, and how that growth will be phased. So to accomplish this intentional city growth, the city's really looking to identify growth areas and opportunities to attract new residential and commercial development, again, in a sustainable fashion. And then last but certainly not least are improved housing opportunities as a solid strategic plan goal. You may know that our housing market is characterized by higher than average renter-occupied units. In Shawnee, we have a 43.8% renter-occupied versus 34.1% in the rest of Oklahoma, and still higher than the U.S. average, which sits right at 35. So we have more renters than comparable places. And housing prices are not necessarily in line with the wages that most of our residents earn, so it creates a difficult situation finding housing. In addition to that, according to the U.S. Census data, approximately 20% of our Shawnee households live below the poverty line. Contrast this with the Realtor.com data, which states that in May 2024, the median listing home price in Shawnee was just under $240,000, trending up by 8.9% year over year. The goal of improved housing opportunities is really to implement a balanced housing vision that promotes and increases housing that is affordable. So we're not talking affordable housing to the tune of, vouchers, a Section 8, anything like that. We're talking housing that is affordable to somebody who has a professional position but would like to buy that first-time home. And currently, our market does not afford a lot of choices in that area. The other part that we currently do not have are smaller households. We do have an aging population who do not need or want 3-bedroom homes to maintain on large lots, and we currently do not have a lot of options for them to choose from. So the intent of this respective goal is to implement a balanced housing vision that promotes and increases housing that is affordable. And by that, we mean a variety of housing options that really meet the needs of a diverse workforce and our very diverse community. To accomplish that, the city is looking to reactivate vacant residential lots, of which we and the county have quite a few. Encouraging neighborhood revitalization. We had some great success with Love Your Block, and we would love to roll that out to other neighborhoods across Shawnee. Promoting housing production and diverse housing options, and you will get to hear another administrative report later on just how far we've gotten with our Unified Development Code. And then, of course, continued support for homelessness prevention and mitigation. And with that, I know I spoke more than usual on items, but I thought it was just pretty important since there had been such a long time between the strategic visioning session that I bring back all of those things that went into making this draft happen, this draft strategic plan.
Absolutely. A lot went into that. A lot went into that. And you said 2 years ago that feels like it's been 10 years ago. I mean, that was just horrible. So appreciate a very thorough explanation. Yeah, absolutely.
So on the questionnaire that you asked at the very beginning, you said that the number one item was homelessness that the city occupants had. And then I know that it's kind of at the end of our list here. I guess my question is, outside of trying to obtain our own continuum of care, what else are we looking for, what other organizations are we looking at to kind of address or help with the homeless situation that we have?
So I'm going to start, but I know that Ryan Harkins, our Community Development Director, is in the audience too. The city has been working with a group of service providers and churches for quite some time, the Shawnee Homeless Roundtable. And for quite some time, there has also been the discussion that ultimately, by virtue of the city commission being a political body that can change over time, the best place for a homeless program is with a nonprofit organization that does not go through these political iterations. So for the past 2 years, we, the city, have not only been working on establishing that continuum of care, and you will hear some great news later on this evening that HUD has approved our application, but ultimately that is the starting point, because that continuum of care will then be given to the group of partners and the nonprofit to carry that forward, and the city will have a seat at the table in its appropriate role. But homelessness prevention with all of the needed services that come along with it is not within our core functionality.
I certainly agree with that. I was mainly asking what other organizations that we're looking at, or what position inside the city would fill that position to be the liaison. I completely concur that the city, is not in the business, but we certainly, we have help and avenue to facilitate Shawnee forward and economic development. I'm wondering what type of investment, how is that going to look within kind of our strategic plan here?
So the continuum of care does open up a certain amount of funding available for homeless mitigation and prevention. That is their particular focus for us for this year. And we have not received the final documents from HUD. They should come to the City Commission at the next meeting. We do have a position within the Community Development Department for whom this will be a major focus area. They will be responsible for homeless mitigation, working with all of the Shawnee Homeless Roundtable, as well as neighborhood revitalization, because those two are very much linked together. So I hope that answers your question, if I understood that correctly.
It does, and I know that the continuum of care is moving forward, and that we're going to get some good news. I just, since it was a number one concern, and it was at the very, very bottom of the strategic plan, I just, like the Bill of Rights, they're in order of the most important, and I want to make sure that people understand we care.
So housing and homelessness was seen as, that there were many, many more goals on the table to decide. And housing and homelessness was one that was seen as important to include in the slew of strategic plan goals that needed to be moved forward. So even though you are correct, it is listed as the last objective, by virtue of each one of these being assigned to slightly different departments, they will each receive the same amount of attention because they are part of the strategic plan. One other thing, I know that we've had these on the wall for many, many years. There is a desire to bring the goals every time there is a major decision to be made, a major funding decision, a major budget decision, to show which goal is being moved forward by the decision that the City Commission is about to make, so we can tie our strategic goals to actions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions, discussion?
Couple things real quick.
Absolutely.
Two of my daughters took the ACT Saturday, so I sat down. The first thing I did was read all 70 pages of comments before I read the actual plan. And so I want to compliment the city, because in reading the comments, I think the plan aligns with the wish. Now, sometimes we aren't going to be able to go all the way, or not even all the comments agree, but I think the plan encapsulates the spirit of the comments, which to me makes this a very citizen-driven plan. I have two questions, and I think that's important. This isn't a governmental body. This isn't our plan. This is our plan. Yep. Two questions. One, how much do you feel the tornado delayed the adoption of this plan?
Oh my goodness. So
I mean, it has to do with like strategy of like this.
a lot.
This was intended to be adopted earlier.
It was intended to be adopted last year in June.
Okay. Just want to clear that up. And then could you talk maybe just a little bit so that everyone maybe understands, because why these things are important. I think we see the 20-year plan, which doesn't go away. It's still an important piece. Then a 5-year strategic plan that gives us the next little bit, continue paired with our capital improvement plan. Can you talk about how all the plans work together?
So you are referring to 2040 Horizons, which is our comprehensive plan that lays out a plan of how the city should develop, what uses should go where, how are they going to work well with the neighboring uses. That plan is for growth itself and where what should grow. Our capital improvement plan, which it's kind of, almost backwards because we had the 2017 strategic plan, but the program of projects that was pushed forward with the 2017 ended up kind of being rolled into the 2018 half-cent sales tax, so we actually had no further guidance on what projects should go forward with that. The capital improvement plan is a long-term document that helps us figure out this is the amount of money we have, here's what money is available for which type of project, how can we best utilize that. But there are always funds in the capital improvement fund itself that are not dedicated to water and sewer or to roadways outright. How are we going to use that money, and how are we going to assign staff resources to what projects? And that is the part where the strategic plan really helps, because if we know these are the strategic objectives for the City Commission for the next 4 and 5 years, then we can align our staff plan and the programs that we pay particular attention to in that way. So again, you will see those come back to the City Commission when there are major project decisions and major budget decisions that need to be made, seeing how that aligns with the strategic plan in addition to the work that staff lays out for their work programs every year.
In my mind, these plans, I think, provide great clarity for the citizenry as a whole.
Yep.
Of not only what we're doing this year, but what's coming in the years ahead. So I appreciate seeing them all come together this way to provide a roadmap for all of us.
Yeah, I know the capital improvement plan, I wish more people would look at that, because, I mean, it shows it out a number of
Right.
years, and they can see that, oh, they're planning that. I mean, that's not in this budget cycle, but we know that we recognize that need, and we're working towards it. So we have a, 5-year business plan that,
Right.
we desperately need, so I think that's been a good thing. Anything else? Any other questions for Andrea? Any comments?
I appreciate how comprehensive this
Yeah.
seems to align. It really aligns with the citizen comments. There was so much that went into this that had to do with involving the community. The tornado almost made me forget about all of the things that went into this, and then us sitting in this room and being so delayed. Now looking back over everything, kind of seeing, we were up here with our little magic markers going over all of these things that were driven from community feedback, and now I can see that throughout the plan. So I appreciate the balance of attention to infrastructure and quality of life. We're looking to the future. It works really well with the capital improvement plan, which is outlining more specific details and years and numbers of what we're gonna, when we're gonna do what. But I think this is a really good overview of what was intended by the citizens, and I think it's done really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very, very well done. And I appreciate all the folks around town that gave their input. I mean, that's really important. We want to hear that. I mean, that is really important to us. And I remember one of you said, this isn't our plan, it's our plan. And that's the way it should be. So I appreciate everybody's work on that. Any other questions for Andrea? Okay, so with that, we'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion we approve item 11.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second, so Joe, it's all yours. You got a long one tonight.
I know, I'll tell you what, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution to adopt the City of Shawnee 2024 through 2028 strategic plan.
Thank you very much, sir. All righty, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 11. We will call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 12 is consideration of the purchase of one commercial rescue vehicle from Conrad Fire Equipment in the total of $435,560.06. And with that, Chief Whitman, the floor is yours, sir. How are you tonight? You get enough cookies?
Too many, I think.
Okay, good.
This is a consideration to replace our existing rescue squad, which turned 10 years old this year, has a little over 90,000 miles on it. The anticipated delivery date of this vehicle, if we're able to purchase it, will be late 2026, early 2027.
Yeah.
So the frontline truck we're still operating with, we'll still have to carry through for two and a half to 3 more years.
Right.
This will hopefully reduce some of the downtime on the frontline apparatus and bring us back into a steady state of operations. We went through multiple bid process. Last year, we estimated initially when we went into it at it being around $375,000. This was the lowest bid coming in at $435,000. So we brought it into the 25 budget, and there was additional funds allocated for that to support the funding of this.
Right.
With that, there's any questions?
Questions for the chief?
I have one.
Hmm?
What strings did you pull to get at item 12 and the police are at 24?
You remember that little pot was of the buy-in early?
You know, I think there's a couple things amazing here. I mean, one, you guys have been able to use that vehicle 10 years and commend you for that. But what these things cost is amazing. And then the other thing that I think people don't realize is how long it takes to get one built and get it delivered. I mean, you've got to plan out for that. So I'm glad we're doing that.
A little bit of reference on that.
Mhm.
The truck that we're replacing from when we purchased it 10 years ago was $285,000, and that was with all loose goods on
Wow.
it. That was extrication equipment and everything on it, ready
Right.
to go when we picked it up.
Wow.
This is with no loose goods.
Yeah. Wow.
So
Yeah, but we got to have it. I
Yes.
mean, we all depend on it. Our lives depend on it. Any other questions for the chief? Everybody good? We'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 12. We'll call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 13 is consideration of a supplemental and modification agreement with the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, ODOT, regarding the MacArthur Street Sidewalk Project, Shawnee MacArthur Bike Ped Trail, State Job Number 3299604. Andrea, it's all yours again.
In Seth's absence, I get to present this particular item to you. In June of 2021, following a successful grant application to the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, the City of Shawnee entered into an agreement with ODOT for the MacArthur Street Sidewalk Project. Approved by resolution at that time, the agreement outlined the funding and responsibilities for both the city and ODOT tied to this Transportation Alternatives Program grant, and we call that TAP. At that time, the total construction cost was estimated to be $338,000 and a few odd dollars, and ODOT's share was to cover up to $425,810. Now, following the competitive bid letting, the cost was adjusted to match the lowest and awarded bid of $817,862, keeping constant ODOT's capped share of the overall construction cost. Given the federal nature of that project's TAP grant, ODOT assumed project management and oversight, which is very common. ODOT determined that it would be in the best interest of the project to have a third-party inspection, construction, management, and materials testing team. Now, the additional costs associated with that third-party team increased the overall funding needed for project completion by almost $400,000, $392,052 to be exact. At this time, ODOT is asking for a supplemental agreement that would assign the responsibility for those additional costs entirely to the Department of transportation, not the city, resulting in a closeout of the project because we've already paid all our share of this project. The city would not be on the hook for any additional funds. Staff recommends approval of the supplemental and modified agreement as presented.
Very good. So basically, we're just voting to get ODOT's money then. I think we do that
Do
all
we
night
have more
long,
items like
wouldn't
this?
we? Any questions for Andrea? Nope. All right, would anyone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Cammy
Second.
and Daniel. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 13. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Like I say, we do that all night long. Item 14, consideration and agreement with Oklahoma Attorney General, OAG, regarding the City of Shawnee opioid abatement grant funding award. And Mr. Simpson, our new Assistant City Manager, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm the new guy, Mark.
There you go.
Commissioners and Mayor, thank you for this opportunity to present this item to you for your consideration. City staff would like for you to consider approving an agreement between the Oklahoma Attorney General and the City of Shawnee regarding the opioid abatement grant. The opioid abatement grant is awarded by the Oklahoma Opioid Abatement Board, which provides oversight for the distribution of opioid settlement funds. These settlements created a grant fund of approximately $23 million, of which $11 million will be awarded to 71 entities in the first round, including the City of Shawnee. On November 8, 2023, the City of Shawnee sent a letter of interest to apply for this grant. On February 2nd of 24, emergency rules were signed by the governor, which set forth a process to apply for and receive the opioid grants. On March 29th of 24, complete grant applications were due, and then on June 6th of 24, we received a notice of approval for this grant. So the commission approved the resolution for this grant in April of 24 at the commission meeting, and with the commission's approval of this agreement, we will be receiving $124,360.56 for the 25-26 fiscal years, and these funds will be used for quarterly Narcan distribution, quarterly Narcan training, and ongoing distribution of opioid overdose prevention and resource materials. And staff would recommend the approval of this agreement.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mark? I know that we got a couple of new folks. I mean, we've been talking about this a long, long time, and I think we actually ended up a little better off with it money-wise than what we initially thought we were going to be, which is it's a great thing to help combat a horrible, horrible situation, not just in Shawnee, but around the world, probably. So, any other questions? If not, we entertain a motion.
Move to approve the item.
I'll second.
Okay, so Daniel and Mark, I think I heard. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 14. We'll call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 15, consideration of resolution declaring certain types personal property surplus and no longer needed for city purposes, describing said items, and authorizing disposal at the city's discretion. Andrea, it's your night.
It is. So 120 years ago, the Santa Fe Depot was built and then operated as a railway depot for almost 70 years. After ceasing to function as a railroad asset, this unique building and its corbel stepped gables and Romanesque colonnades was placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1974 because it was so unique. It has remained on that register ever since. In 2018, Shawnee voters approved a half-cent sales tax for capital projects. By vote of the citizens, the tax proceeds collected over time, and bear with me, this is going where it needs to go. The tax proceeds collected over time are divided into 3 specific categories. 25% are to go to public safety, 25% to roadways, 50% for city parks and facilities, And as a matter of fact, later this evening, the city's Assistant Finance Director will actually provide the quarterly update on the 2018 half-cent sales tax. So going back to the Santa Fe Depot specifically, to help our citizens better understand what projects would be funded with the 2018 tax funds, in April of 2018, the City Commission adopted a capital improvement plan list that divided the anticipated revenue into those 3 required categories. And in the parks and public facilities category, there was a project that showed $400,000 for the Santa Fe Depot roof and remodel. So following the necessary collection period to gather the needed sales tax receipts, on December 18 of last year, the City Commission approved the $1.286 million project for the Santa Fe Depot roof and exterior rehabilitation. The first phase of the Santa Fe Depot restoration included the rehabilitation of the roof, the flashing, the valleys, the gutters, and also the masonry repointing of the stone parapets to ensure that we had a watertight roof on and no further water could enter into the building. Also included in this first phase of the rehabilitation were those areas immediately adjacent to the depot. And there, the spalled concrete and brick pavers were removed, and that area is currently being sloped to provide proper drainage. And stamped concrete will be installed within the next few weeks to match the original Coffeyville pavers, leaving the city with 32 pallets of brick pavers, of which only 4 are being reused just on the east side of the baggage room. 28 pallets may be declared surplus at this time. It is important to know that multiple questions were raised by the public related to the potential reuse and relaying of the pavers next to the depot. Such reuse was considered when this project was first designed, but ultimately it was not selected as one of the alternatives for various different reasons. The first of which is accessibility. The stamped concrete is fully compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act accessibility requirements by virtue of having a nice level surface for potential wheelchairs or those with mobility limitations. The second is a cost and feasibility factor. As the various alternatives were discussed during the project design phase, the stamped concrete emerged as highly durable and economically feasible. The concrete alternative was estimated to be 3 times more cost effective in comparison to the use of a concrete base layer topped by hand-laid pavers. And then thirdly, the historic preservation aspect. There were some questions into how the concrete would impact the depot's standing on the National Register of Historic Places. And it is important to understand that the depot was included on the register solely based on the building's merit, not based on the pavers. So
no impact.
No. Those were not considered when that building was added to the National Register. The city staff is recommending that the depot's previous brick pavers be declared surplus and no longer needed for the city. Staff is also proposing to move the pavers through an auction and that the proceeds of the sale be designated for use in the next phase of the depot restoration.
Right.
And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
And we can't just give them away because they have value, so there's certain ways that has to be.
That is a very difficult thing. The Oklahoma Constitution does not allow the city to give the gift of public funding, and that would be a gift of public funding.
Right.
So I want to do my math correctly. We've had a conversation. The resolution says there's 32.
Correct.
We're planning to reuse 4.
So I got the latest numbers after I put, yes, you are absolutely correct.
So, and you know where I'm going with my question. So that would leave us at 28.
Correct.
There has been a request from the Historical Society for a couple of pallets.
That is correct.
As you said, we can't just give them.
Yes.
But in order to honor that request, I've had conversations with you and with our city attorney. There are some avenues available. It may just take some time to work out legally an agreement between the city and the parties of how, and so.
For the preservation of a historic good.
Right.
Mhm.
And so I guess I just want to make sure the math is right, because I intend to make a motion that takes 2 off and declares, so gives us some time. If we can't come to an agreement, we could declare those 2 surplus as well. So I just want to make sure my math is right, that there's 28, we would declare 26 surplus in my intent. I have no idea what the commission wants to
Correct.
do.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. When I had the initial discussion with our contractor, who will be reusing some of the pavers again for aesthetic purposes next to the baggage room where that is appropriate, because the tracks are being left in the ground to show what that looked like. At that time, it was 2 pallets, and I think after they measured and remeasured, and we're now 4 pallets below the 32. So 28 pallets is what could be declared surplus, and if 2 were to be held back, we would be at 26. You're absolutely correct.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice idea. Any other questions for Andrea, or if not, we'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we declare 26 pallets of the pavers surplus.
And I'd second that motion. So we have a motion and a second for the approval of item 15, with that stipulation that we hold 2 of those back. And so Joe, I guess you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The resolution declaring certain items of personal property surplus and no longer needed for city purposes, describing said items, and authorizing sale or disposal at the city's discretion.
Very good, thank you, sir. So we have a motion and a second for approval, and we will call that question. And motion passes 6-0. All righty, item 16 is consideration of an appeal of an administrative order regarding the property located at 910 North Hobson. And Mr. Fondren, you are up, but you've got, if you need to do something there, we'll just wait. How are you tonight?
I'm well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity this evening. As you have undoubtedly reviewed in your packet, this comes before you as an appeal with regard to a property located at 910 North Hobson. There's quite a bit of information included within the packet, but as a brief recap, I'm certain that the commission will recall, or at least those members that were present at the time, the commission will recall this item has come before you previously as a result of an August 2022 administrative order relating to the same property and the same issues. I'm happy to answer any questions with regard to that. Based upon your review of the documents within the packet, but for purposes of a succinct report, legal has examined all notice and approved the same. We find everything to be done in appropriate due course. Proper notice was provided to the property owners. In fact, they did appear at the 2024 hearing. Unfortunately, based upon the lack of action, the administrative order was to demolish the house to abate the nuisance. In reviewing the appeal, and I would remind the commission, and as an education for those new members, these appeals are what's considered a de novo review, meaning that we are limited in our consideration to the evidence that was put into the record at the administrative hearing, all of which has been provided to you in the packet. Based upon that information and the fact that the appeal does not identify a procedural error or any new information that would be relevant to the decision, it is staff's recommendation that the appeal be denied And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I know you always have
I
a
have the same
question,
question
so.
every time, which you basically addressed, but do you find anything in the order to be defective or deficient?
Nothing in the order or the notices that led up to that, they're all appropriate, both in 2022 and in 2024.
Any other questions?
I have one just request
Go,
of
sir.
staff. I mean, these are always hard.
Yep, absolutely.
In the future, and I know it's a de novo review, so it doesn't necessarily matter, but, or not, everything matters, but can we get the pictures in color? Normally they are, but this one's in black
Yeah.
and white,
Yeah, I noticed that.
and it's just,
Just
I
easier
know
to see.
we're not
isn't it?
necessarily, we're
Yeah.
reviewing the process,
Not the
but,
photograph.
but
Yeah.
just a request in the future, please.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions for Joe? If not, we entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of staff recommendation on item 16. We'll call the question. And let's see, motion passes 5 in favor, 1 against, and no abstentions. Item 17 is a public hearing for the request of a conditional use permit, CUP, for a short-term rental, STR, located at 15305 Perry Road, Shawnee, Oklahoma. Case number CUP 03-24. Applicant is Josh and Beverly Koch. Mr. Harkins, how are you tonight?
I'm well, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a conditional use request for a short-term rental that has been in existence for some time. The applicants, knowing that the short-term rental ordinance is now in effect, are seeking this process in order to make the short-term rental they've had been operating legally compliant with those provisions. That includes the conditional use permit request. Due notice was served through adjacent property owners. Legal notice was served in the newspaper, and then a sign was placed at the property. This was heard by the Planning Commission at their July regular meeting. There was one objection made to short-term rentals in general by a leaseholder or resident out in the lake area, objecting to the process in general, feeling that short-term rentals were essentially a sublease of the property. They had obtained a legal opinion in that regard. Our legal counsel has reviewed the short-term rental ordinance as well as the protest legal opinion and found that short-term rentals are allowed. They are can be a occupation or a use of those lease properties because the leaseholder is using the building and not the property. The city maintains ownership of the property. With that said, there were no other objections to this request. The Planning Commission gave a review of the item, as I noted. They found no objections. Staff finds no objections, and so we recommend opening and holding the public hearing and ultimately approving the item. As noted in the staff report, the only conditions we note and request are that all requirements of the short-term rental ordinance be maintained. And the applicant has provided documentation that they can do that, so we have no objections other than that.
Okay. Any questions for Ryan while we have him here? If not, we'll open the hearing. Okay, very good. See, what we will do then is we will open the public hearing. So what I'm going to ask first is if there's anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this proposition. If so, the microphone is all yours. Seeing none, then I'm going to ask if there's anybody here to speak in opposition. And seeing none, then we will close the public hearing. Any other discussion up here before we move on to the next item? Okay, item 18 is consideration of a conditional use permit, CUP, for a short-term rental, STR, at 15305 Perry Road, Shawnee. Case number is CUP 03-24. Applicant is Josh and Beverly Koch. Yours again, Ryan.
Staff recommends approval. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this item on a 7-0 vote.
Okay.
We can answer any other questions you might have.
Yeah, any questions for Ryan? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Say exactly what your motion is. In favor?
A motion to approve.
Okay. Motion to approve. Okay,
Second.
very good. So that was Chris and Daniel, I think I heard down there at the end, or Cammie's voice has changed. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 17. We will call the question. There we go. Motion passes 6-0. Let's see, we have item 18, consideration of a conditional use permit, CUP, for a short-term rental STR at 15305.
That's what we just did.
Nope, we're to 19. You cross that one off. Thank you. Public hearing for the request of a conditional use permit, CUP, for a short-term rental STR located at 16712 Magnino Road, Shawnee, Oklahoma. Case number CUP 04-24. Applicant is Laura Davis. Ryan, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This conditional use request, as noted for an STR, this short-term rental had been operating as well out in the lake area. It had come to the commission as a conditional use request because the owner of the leasee of the property originally had 2 accessory dwelling units being used as short-term rentals. They are bringing one forward through the CUP process to be in compliance with the STR ordinance. They are no longer operating the second Airbnb type of rental. Notice had been properly served. Aside from the objection as noted in the previous item, we had one other objection noted by a resident in the area, basically due to concerns about activity and noise, not due to this property, but due to other properties in the area from residents and longer-term rentals. They understand the process as we walked through it with them, and that was their only objection. Other than that, the Planning Commission heard this item at their July regular meeting and recommended approval on a vote of 7-0, concurrent with staff's recommendation as well.
Very good. All righty, with that, then we will open public hearing. We'll see if there's anyone here to speak in favor of this proposition. Seeing none, then is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition? And not seeing anyone, we will close the public hearing. Any questions, concerns up here we want to talk to Ryan about, or just in general? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Move to item 20.
Yeah, we moved to item 20, and that's the consideration of a conditional use permit, CUP, for a short-term rental, STR, located at 16712 Magnino Road, Shawnee, Oklahoma. Case number CUP 04-24. Applicant is Laura Davis. Ryan, is there anything you'd like to add? So it was recommendation of staff for approval then?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So any questions for Ryan? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve item 20.
Thank you, sir. Daniel and Mark. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 20. We'll call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 21 is consideration of a final plat for Rolling Hills Addition, Section 2, case number FPL 02-24, applicant absentee Shawnee Housing Authority, BWR Design Group, engineer. Ryan, it's all yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a final plat request for Rolling Hills Section 2. There had been development at various phases and stints since 2014 of this subdivision. It is owned by the absentee housing, Shawnee Housing Authority. This final plat would establish 5 lots ranging between 1/4 and 1/2 acre in size. It would essentially finish off that development. And when you look at the plat, you will see it basically creates housing lots around a cul-de-sac at the end of the street. Planning Commission reviewed this item at their July meeting. Their recommendation is concurrent with staff's, and that is approval of the item. As a plat, it does not require a public hearing, just commission action.
Right.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ryan? No questions. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty, we have a motion, a second for approval of item 21. We'll call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 22 is consideration of a final plat for Shawnee Twin Lakes, Lake Number 1, Phase 2, case number FPL 04-24, applicant City of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Ryan, it's all yours again.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So this is a final plat request for Phase 2 of Lake Number 1. The final plat, essentially, as noted in the staff report, has been completed to define the boundaries of the lake lot leases. The property lines that you see on the plat mirror those dimensions of those lake lot leases in those areas, and essentially establishes boundaries for 48 lots. The city engineer and community development staff have reviewed this item, found everything to be proper and within the boundaries of code. The Planning Commission reviewed the item and at their July 3rd meeting found no issues and recommended a positive review and approval of this item on a vote of 7-0. It is concurrent with staff's recommendation of approval as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask this question just because we have some new folks, but this is something we've been working on quite a while and been stepping through.
Correct. The first plats we looked at for the lake area established the general boundaries, and then we've worked from there to establish the boundaries of the different lake lot lease areas.
Yep. Any questions? Ryan, if not, we entertain a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
So Cammie and Daniel is our second. So with that, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 22. We will call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Let's see. Okay, so item 23 is consideration of the following budget amendments for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. And I'm gonna let you cover those. So we've got, opioid settlement fund, and I know you're gonna tell us all about it. So Courtney, it's all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We are asking for a budget amendment for the opioid settlement fund tonight in the amount of $124,360.56. As mentioned earlier in item number 14, the City of Shawnee's homeless program has been awarded a grant of $124,360.56 from the Oklahoma Opioid Abatement Board. The purpose of this grant is to facilitate quarterly Narcan training for the homeless program staff and volunteers, as well as associated Narcan distribution to promote and protect the health of Oklahomans through abating the effects of the opioid epidemic. This amendment is funded from state grant revenue from OAB.
Very good. So
Are
we're
there
doing this
questions?
because we're receiving money.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. So that's a good thing. Any questions for Courtney on this? If not,
Thank
we
you.
entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
I think I got you, Ashley. So Cammie and Ashley. All righty. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 23. We will call the question. And motion passes 6-0. So I know I made someone a promise years ago that wouldn't let it go past 8 o'clock without taking a break. So we're going to take a quick break. So we'll take about 5 minutes. Let everybody stretch your legs, run to the restroom, whatever you need to do. eat the rest of the cookies, and we will be right back. project number 24-0620-02. And Chief, how are you tonight?
Very well, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So staff advertised and opened bids on July 3rd, 2024 for the construction of a new police patrol dock on Twin Lake Number 1. City staff has reviewed the bid proposal. Only one bid was received, and the bid was for $240,680. Staff recommends awarding the bid to the one bidder, which is Goldner Dock Construction, in the amount of $240,680. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
There you go. Any questions for Chief? Cammie, maybe you mention why we're doing this, because I know you were real involved in that lake committee. So, I mean, it was at the request of citizens and wanting better response time, I guess. So.
Mark was too on it.
Yeah.
There was quite a bit of concern from lake residents about the response time for injuries on the lake.
Right.
And also visitors. And this would allow just a quicker response time for our officers, so they don't have to get the boat. I understand them getting the boat, hauling it out there, and then having to get it on the water. They can just sit there and then be called out quickly.
And I might add that they said, you know, like this season, you know, while they're out there patrolling the lake, it is very busy out there. And if they were to have to go out there and get it and it wasn't already on the water,
Right.
it's the waiting time because of
yeah.
all the other boat traffic that's going in and out of the water.
That is a busy place.
Right.
Which is a good thing, but it's a busy place, and getting a boat in and out sometimes can take a little time.
And something staff's been working on for quite a while, but
Yeah.
they just couldn't get over the hump there.
Yeah.
The other thing, they need to get lifts to put one of them on, that way they, I mean, cause you can lower it in a matter of a minute. It'll keep the stuff out of the water. Otherwise you have fungus and algae and all the stuff growing there. So if, in fact, we're gonna do this, we need to put a lift in, at least one, I mean. But I was kinda shocked there wasn't any more people bidding on this. I'm kinda curious, I mean,
We actually reached out to 3 that we knew, you know, specialized in this, and we only ended up with a response from 1, and I don't even think it was the first one we talked to back a few years ago when we started this project. They weren't interested in it at this point, so.
there's a group out of UFAL called MDI, which is Marine Development, Inc., which does a lot of commercial Louisiana offshore type stuff that, you know, a lot of these companies probably not looking at city bid stuff. I mean, they're busy, they're whatever.
I don't recall the name, but I do know that a Eufaula company was aware of the project and did not bid on it.
I mean, in the scope of things, I mean, to me, it's high, but, you know, then again, because this is similar to the dock we built, but it's been 15 years ago too.
Yeah.
But it's all hot dip galvanized, you know, similar setup. The only difference is the 60-foot sections are 4 foot wide, where ours is 3 foot wide, which would be probably ADA compliant.
Although it is 15,000 above our engineer estimate, I mean, it is right in line with what we estimated it would cost. So there's not a significant difference between our original estimate and the.
Between what the estimate was and that. And I mean, the standard 12 foot wide is pretty standard, 30 long's kind of standard. And I presume which I looked at a little bit of it, the walk around it's probably 6 foot wide.
I don't recall.
It'll be wider than the walkway.
But I am pretty sure that this bid included all the security fencing and everything also to secure it. which was a little different from just the standard that was out there.
We'll give Andrea time to dig through that to get us an answer. Any other questions while she's
I maybe have a question for Commissioner Seahorn, because
Yeah.
he's pretty familiar.
Absolutely.
I mean, a lift sounds important. Is, in your opinion, is this constructed in such a way we can add a lift?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the width of it's gonna be the deciding factor, but yeah, the 11 to 12 foot's kind of a pretty common width.
Okay.
And then basically you'll do that to a specific weight, you know, which they don't need something that's gonna lift a 10,000-pound boat out of the water, because they're not, I mean, as small as the lake it is,
Right.
probably a 4,400 pound, I mean, which is probably a $10,000 lift.
No, so not a big item then.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The city attorney was much faster than I was. And of course, there is security fencing with a steel door securing both of those slips.
Very good.
And a 6-foot walkway.
6 foot walkway, yeah.
6 foot around it? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's pretty standard also. And then the composite decking's pretty standard. The walkways are expensive because it's pretty heavy to, you know, when you're going a 60-foot span. Which the other thing would be, you know, do shorter spans and more of them. But there's not much cost savings. Have less floats with the 60-footer, but more steel.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you, Cammie and Mark. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 24. We will call the question. Motion passes 6-0. Item 25 is acknowledged monthly sales tax and budget reports. Courtney, it's all yours again.
The sales tax for July totaled $2,626,698.47, which includes $3,773.12 in interest. This revenue is distributed across 8 funds. The receipts in July are from estimated June sales and final sale numbers in May. July 2024 collections are a 2.5% decrease over July of last year. When comparing collections to the conservative budget projections for July, we are 1.05% above projections for the month and collections year to date. Use tax for the July totaled $322,098, which is 13.25% below projected collections for the month. When you combine the use tax and general fund portion of sales tax, the general fund is currently $35,560 below budget projections. On the second to last page of the report is a sales tax collections comparison chart by month for the last 12 months. This comparison includes Shawnee's peer cities of Yukon, Ardmore, Muskogee, Bartlesville, Stillwater, and Enid. These cities were selected with 3 factors in mind: population, city tax rate revenue, and revenue per 1% sales tax. Most of these cities saw an increase in sales tax from June to July. The increase in sales tax for Shawnee is 5.42%. The last page of the report is a graph that shows year-over-year sales tax growth by month. It also captures the South Region Consumer Price Index, as well as the average year-over-year change for Shawnee sales tax receipts over the last 12 months. As you can see from this chart, the past 2 months, we see a downward trend. Are there any questions?
Any questions? I guess not. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the report.
I'm up for the next one, too.
There you go, then don't go anywhere. All righty, so item 26, we have administrative report. We have presentation of quarterly 2018 half-cent sales tax report. So Courtney, looks like that one's yours.
All right. Tonight, I am happy to present to you the quarterly update of the half-cent sales tax. Just a little background, the 2018 sales tax election was passed on June 26, 2018, and added a half cent to existing sales tax. The rate went into effect on October 1st, 2018, and is set to expire on September 30th, 2028. The special tax is allocated for capital improvements with 25% for public safety, 25% for streets and roads, and the remaining 50% for parks and public facilities. Since inception of the special sales tax, we have collected $20.1 million in revenue through the July 24 collections. And we have invested $22.1 million into community projects through June 24, with $8.7 million spent in FY23 and $3.8 million spent in FY24. In the last 3 months, the notable investments include $926,000 for the Santa Fe Depot roof, $437,000 for the Senior Center roof, $153,000 for the Fire Station 3 remodel, and $91,000 for our expo enhancements. As stated previously, the ordinance approving the election of the 2018 half-cent sales tax allocated the funds to specific focus areas by percentage, 25% to public safety, 25% to streets and roads, and 50% to parks and public facilities. Within each focus area, certain projects were identified. Every quarter, city staff updates the new allocation column to reflect actual sales tax collections. For this category of public safety, where the majority of the projects are complete, the only update is to the Fire Station 3 remodel, where the design work is well underway. Continuing on with the streets and roads allocations, much like the public safety allocations, the project category also increased an allocation amount due to new revenue projections, and the new allocation is updated quarterly based on actual collections. A status update on the specific projects include the 45th Street widening project. The row acquisition is underway, as well as utility relocation. And for the pavement overlays and panel replacement project is underway with base repairs complete, and the most visible portion of the project, the actual overlay and then striping, will be completed over the next 2 months. For the parks and public facilities, the parks master plan project is complete, as well as all 4 of the sidewalk projects. There are no immediate major plans for the Expo Center, as the focus remains on repair projects necessitated by the April 19, 2023 storm event. The Santa Fe Depot project is well underway. The roof has been completed, and the only site work around the building remains. The first phase of the rehabilitation project is set to be complete before the end of summer. Small projects also underway at the library to include new HVAC units and the almost complete remodel to the restroom. And lastly, the Senior Center roofing project is essentially complete. And as always, we want to thank the people of Shawnee for supporting these major community investments. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody got questions? Really appreciate the update. Those are always very helpful. So we appreciate you guys doing that quarterly for us. So that gets us to the second one, don't we? Which looks like Ryan's going to do that. So Ryan, I think you got an update on the continuum of care.
Sir. So you may recall you may recall that the community survey identified one of the more pressing issues to be the solutions being needed to address the homeless issue in the community. You can see that on the slide there. That is an actual snippet from the community survey, as well as some of the impacts in the community, especially in and around the downtown area. Some of the activities over the last couple of years specifically include bringing various nonprofits and community groups together that are service providers to be a functional roundtable, but also activities involving 3 VISTA volunteers who are dealing with care coordination, housing assistance, and employment. Specifically, their activities involve helping deal with removing barriers to housing or employment, as well as helping other groups that are service providers do coordinated care management and developing a more robust care system involving the groups within the roundtable. Aside from that, other activities within the Homeless Roundtable include finalizing the continuum of care application, which this body looked at approximately in August of 2023. For those that are not familiar with the continuum of care, or COC, that would be the Homeless Roundtable transitioning into a formalized response and plan using data and evidence-based methods to provide a response to the homeless situation in the community. This would be a formalized process that involves service providers and individuals and community groups. The idea behind this is that it would be a more formalized but also a more cohesive type of response, very similar to what we've seen elsewhere in the state. We are currently in one already. It's called the Balance of State, and it extends, for those that don't know, from Seminole to Shawnee through Edmond and Guthrie out to the northwest corner of the state, including Guyman. Most of the funds in the COC that we are a member of right now are used for domestic violence shelters and similar type of activities, all very needed, all very useful, but we don't receive any of those funds through our current COC for any assistance. So everything, again, we've done up to this point has been volunteers and donations, except for one staff member that was originally considered a homeless program coordinator and has been reclassified to be a community revitalization planner that will deal with homelessness, neighborhood revitalization, and other similar type of activities. Having said that, some of the current steps that have been taken over the last few months, to give you an idea of where we're at currently. We have been working with the Roundtable to help develop additional capacity, including helping a nonprofit partner working to try and spin up and become the lead partner agency in the COC, whereas we would essentially be, if we were to be granted and awarded a COC, we bring the funds to the table, they would do the day-to-day management. The Homeless Resource Center continues to operate. That is being run by the Shawnee Rescue Mission directly. The MOU, for those that don't remember, expired in April. They have taken over operations. They felt like that was a step they wanted to take. Yep. We were happy to partner with them. We have expressed continued willingness to partner in any way that they desire, whether it be helping with training or other technical assistance. They continue to be a part of the Roundtable, which is, again, nonprofits, service providers, and individuals. You may also recall that the continuum of care application was one of 8 strategic priorities from 2023, 4 of which were in community development. If I had only known what I was going to be asked when I took this job, I would have taken it anyway. Having said that, we have heard some initial responses from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that are favorable, indicating that they are ultimately wishing to approve our COC application, to the point they have started to send draft documents to us to say, this is what these might look like. Some of the initial things they are looking at within the first year of funding would include potential financial assistance to do rent and utility assistance through our own COC, which, as you remember from the COVID grants, were a very useful and needed tool in the community and helped a number of people. That would be a homeless prevention type of step, but again, it would give us something to work with that we don't have currently, and it's hard to put together. Having said that, next steps for us would be to get formal documents sent to us from HUD and brought to you for adoption and approval. The earliest you would see that would be the next agenda. I would remind everyone we are working with the federal government. Right. This is very much a hurry up and wait atmosphere. We will hurry up and then we will wait. we will do everything we can and that we're asked to prepare for that. And as soon as we have those documents ready, we will bring them to an agenda for approval at one of your meetings. That is where we are at currently. It's exciting. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yep.
I'm trying not to be the pessimist, as my wife would tell you. I can be eternally and say that they may change their mind. But I am hopeful that we can get documents sooner rather than later. Again, specifically for even just one task like that would be very useful. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody got questions?
What are our actual numbers, the previous 3 years?
Oh, boy. I can get those to you. I will not quote them off the top of my head.
I think we were around 220 and then about 150 something, and then this year it was 127. So I mean, it's definitely trending downward on our PIT count, and I would encourage you to participate in that. We do that the last week in January. It's usually very cold, so wear a coat. But it's a very interesting experience to go do that head count. But I think the steps that we have taken have clearly reduced numbers. I know a lot of times that's not apparent to everybody, but I think we have definitely trended downward. So those are the numbers I remember: 220 something, high 150. Andrea's got it.
I cannot confirm the 220 number, but it rings a bell. It
Mhm.
was 150 during the 2023 point in time
Mhm.
count, and 137 during this year's point in time count.
There you go.
And this program is going to help them gain employment,
So
part of it.
that would be one of the steps, helping reduce barriers to employment, whether it be, for example, if it's somebody with a conviction, doing an expungement. In some cases, it's getting basic documents. And those are some steps we've been taking the last couple of years, but this organized, formalized continuum of care can help that on a much more organized and diligent fashion than we have been.
Right. And the continuum of care that we're in right now, as Ryan told you, goes all the way from Seminole to the New Mexico state line. So getting your hands around anything like that is really hard, and we don't get any money from them to do any of the work. So it's been these volunteer organizations in town that have come together, and that's kind of been our role, is to coordinate that response and get them talking to each other, which definitely makes it more effective. And we've seen that with our numbers the last few years. And all we've had, as far as skin in the game, is one employee.
One staff person. Yes.
So that's been pretty minimal. The possibility of getting our own continuum of care, I think a lot of people that aren't familiar with COCs are going to kind of be lost with the significance there. This is really significant, and I think will allow us to do even a much better job. And as you said, it looks like the money they're going to give us is going to be for preventing people from falling into homelessness, which is a big piece of the puzzle. You want to get the folks out that you can, but you want to keep that number from getting bigger. So we may have some resources that are going to help us with that part of the ball game, because it's a very complicated situation.
And I would say with our COVID grants, the rent and utility assistance are the funds that we went through the fastest of all the other categories. There was that much of a need still, even being a slow starter to expend funds.
Without a doubt. So I think this is a very significant possibility, and I know we can't say that it's happened because, we're waiting on those documents from HUD, but it's been a long, long process. My goodness, 3 years plus probably, that we were talking to them about even the possibility of getting our own COC. And I know when I first talked to HUD about that, they were kind of making sure they really heard the right thing, because they said that they weren't used to getting a call from a mayor making that request. So it was interesting to see if there was even a procedure to do that, and there was. I think maybe first they sent us some old documentation because no one had asked in a long time, and then I think we got some updated stuff, if I remember right, but it's been a long time.
We were able to use the Norman Cleveland County COC documents as a base for our application and work from there to make it fit our context.
I think that's a real significant possibility. So I'm encouraged that that's going the right direction, and then hopefully if we all keep working together, we can make a dent here.
Correct.
Absolutely. Any other questions for Ryan on COC?
Maybe just a comment. I'm very excited if the COC happens for Shawnee. It would be outstanding. So, pretty pumped.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job. Good job, all of you. So, let's see, that gets us, I think you've got the next one, don't you?
In
Unified
part,
Development
yes.
Code, another exciting development.
I get to be more of the hype man on this item than anything.
There you go.
With me tonight is Don Wirt from Friesen Nichols. You may recall over the last couple of years, we've been working on the process of creating a new unified development code, so essentially updating the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations into a more comprehensive, easier to use, easier to read document. What we're bringing tonight is an update on that. There is a working draft on the project website, and you can access that through community development's part of the city's website. We have created this draft to be available for the public. We've done a couple of focus groups and a public town hall type open house. The comments we've received so far have been very positive. We did allow for online input. We had 2 responses that weren't necessarily related. One was definitely not related to the code in general, but the one was kind of a piece on the fringe of the code that we were working through in bigger discussions. Having said that, Dawn is going to give you an update of where we're at currently and what some of the highlights are as far as old code to new code, and we can answer questions after that.
Very good. How are you tonight?
Hey, how are you?
Doing great. Appreciate you coming tonight.
Down there. Well, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to be back in front of you and provide an update on where we are with this project. As Mr. Harkins said, this has been a while coming. We've been working on the Unified Development Code for about 2 years now. So for those of you that are new, just ask questions along the way if you have them, but I'm going to try and capture quite a bit of where we are, but really focus on the information that is kind of different between what your current development regulations provide and what the Unified Development Code will do for the city. So that's just a introductory place. Just as an overview, the project began with phase 1, which was the development of a diagnostic report. To conduct that diagnostic analysis, we looked at your existing development regulations, focusing on zoning, subdivision, and signs primarily, but really trying to get a good handle on how the whole development ecosystem works within the city, and also looked at adopted plans and policies such as your comprehensive plan and the Twin Lakes Master Plan, which was adopted during the course of our project. After that was done, we kind of moved forward, and I think I've got a slide on that here in a minute. All of that information, including community input, because at the beginning of the project, we did conduct, for the purpose of the diagnostic, stakeholder meetings and a public open house, posted information and made that available online so that people could participate as well through an online platform, and just asked folks what about development in the city they like, what they dislike. As you have probably recognized, the development regulations are fairly technical. Most folks don't interact with the development regulations on a regular basis, and that's probably because those of us who do, we get worn out. But it's difficult to present development regulations to the community because unlike a comprehensive plan where you're talking about a vision for the future and what community wants to see long-term, the development regulations are really more about how you get there. It's sort of the technical steps necessary to accomplish those big picture goals. So at the beginning of the project, in working with the city and staff, we developed these 5 purpose statements to really encapsulate what we're trying to accomplish with the development of a unified development code. And the first is to increase the amount and types of housing that, and so that it's affordable for all residents to live in the city. To draw new businesses while retaining existing retail and manufacturing. To encourage various types and forms of transportation, so making that accessible for folks who use all different modalities of transportation, walking, biking, vehicles. Establishing clarity in the development regulations. Even though not everybody uses them, those who do, it's important that the rules are clear, roles and responsibilities are clearly outlined, so reducing confusion to the extent possible in a technical document. And then finally to promote transparency, but also to really look at ways to utilize different cost-saving and environmentally conscious methods to protect the city's resources. So you'll see these icons throughout the presentation just to be a little bit of a reminder that different steps and different sections of the regulations that we addressed were intentionally focusing on various purpose statements within the project. So I mentioned the diagnostic review. That was the front-end deliverable just to give us a roadmap. These are it identified the issues that needed to be addressed in the code itself. And one thing that is important as we move into this to point out is that we reorganized the development regulations. So a unified development code, as opposed to the current structure, is one document. So you have one document that now incorporates zoning, subdivision, and sign requirements. So you have basically a one-stop shop for people who need to understand what they can do where and what the rules are for obtaining different development approvals. They can do all those things today. They just have to utilize various documents to get the information that they need. So I'm going to walk you through the different sections of the Unified Development Code. General provisions is pretty straightforward. It's the back office components of the regulations. It basically establishes the authority to have the regulations and kind of connects things to various state statutes and other regulatory functions. Then we get into the fun stuff. Article 2 starts the zoning districts, and one of the first ways that the Unified Development Code can expand the amount and affordability of housing is through adjustments to zoning districts and uses. So one of the things that we propose to do is to reduce the overall number of zoning districts. Currently it sits at 14. We're proposing to reduce it to 11, and you see on this chart an equivalency table that basically explains what your current zoning districts are, and by current I mean in this draft document, and then previous zoning districts, that refers to what's on the books today. So we maintained your R districts, R1, 2, and 3. There's a new zoning district that combines the 2 agriculture and large lot zoning districts that are currently designated as A1 and RE. That's called a TA, or Transitional Agricultural District. And one thing that we built into that particular district was some mechanisms for orderly development. These properties that are large and typically zoned agricultural, they often don't have urban services. So in order for development to occur on those properties, they either need to extend water and sewer, or they utilize, septic systems and wells, which are not necessarily sustainable. So we developed some incentives for the utilization of that TA zoning district, so that people who reserve part of their large acreages for future development, when utilities become available, they have the opportunity to have a higher density of development on the remaining parcels. So that is an incentive. It also helps to ensure that where the development occurs on those properties is more proximate to your existing services, so that you're not having a single property in the middle of a 40-acre parcel that's needing to extend services and kind of leapfrogging other development locations. We'll also mention in the R1, 2, and 3 zoning districts, and we'll talk about the permitted use table here in a moment, but we're proposing that single-family and duplex uses are permitted by right in all of those zoning districts, as well as accessory dwelling units. There are specific criteria for those things, so it's not just a free-for-all, but we're proposing to expand the locations where all of those types of housing types can be located. We also created a Twin Lakes zoning district. The Twin Lakes master plan was adopted in fall of 2023, and it called for kind of a special zoning district to address this geographic area. And so this district is meant to implement the recommendations of that master plan, excuse me, and also to identify kind of sub-districts. There are 2 sub-districts within the Twin Lakes zoning district, one for residential and one for commercial. So this is structured basically to allow for, in the residential district, single family and duplex are basically the only things permitted by right. Conditional use permit would be necessary for others. It's pretty consistent with the way that that's addressed today. In the commercial district, there's a very limited menu of permitted uses, and others that would be more impactful do require coming through a conditional use permit approval process. So you would see those. Another new application is the downtown district and sub-areas for the downtown district. Right now, you have the C4 zoning district that encompasses downtown. We broke that up to some degree, but we created the downtown district, which is really a form-based district with these sub-areas within it. And the reason that we wanted to do that was to give us the ability to look at these areas kind of specially. The core, which is the area indicated in red on the map, and I will say that the map is probably still being adjusted a little bit. So for demonstration purposes, the core area is really intended to preserve and enhance the existing buildings along Main Street. So we want those historic structures and the feel, the pedestrian atmosphere, and that built environment that is encompassed in that location. We want that to be retained and expanded upon. The edge areas, which is kind of the northeast of the core, northeast of the core, yellow kind of color, is that area is intended for compatible infill and redevelopment of that area. So we recognize that there are opportunities in this edge location that additional infill can occur, and so within that sub-district, we also want that to be very pedestrian oriented so that it just flows from the core and is not really, seamless is probably a good word for that. Then there are transition areas kind of at the edges, the north and south edges of the downtown core, and those are really the areas where you start to see the commercial intensity of development transition to residential neighborhoods. So the idea of turning that into a form-based approach for that geography that's recognized as downtown was a way for us to ensure that the form and the development pattern of that area is consistent and retained. We're not as concerned about the uses, because if the buildings are correct and the way that they meet the street and the pedestrian environment that they create is correct, then it doesn't matter as much what goes into those storefronts and buildings. There are, of course, some use criteria, and they're addressed here in the uses section in Article 3, which is where we get into the permitted use table. So you currently have use tables within each of the different kind of groupings of zoning, residential, commercial. And we consolidated that all into a single permitted use table that addresses all of the zoning districts. So within this sort of one view, you can see the listed use on the far left, all of the zoning districts running through the middle of the table, and all of the different Ps and Cs in there are either permitted or conditional uses. There are also indicators and links to identify those types of uses that have use-specific standards, and so that's one of the column almost on the furthest to the right, but the very last column on the right is the parking criteria established for each of the uses. So we pulled all of that information into one table for an easier at-a-glance understanding of what is required. One of the things that we heard early on in the discussions relative to the code update was that the city relies quite a lot on conditional use permits as a means of ensuring compatibility and addressing or mitigating potential adverse impacts of new uses. So one of the things that we endeavored to do with this update was to reduce the city's reliance on CUPs. A CUP is a necessary tool. It's not something that you need to completely do away with, but we felt like there were opportunities to limit the number of CUPs and really focus those on things that merited that type of public process. And so by creating use-specific standards, which are indicated in your use table, we've been able to understand the types of conditions that you typically place on different types of CUPs and codify those as consistent across the board requirements for those uses. So they would apply whether the activity is permitted by right or by conditional use. Article 4 within the Unified Development Code is development standards. And so this is the section where we get into addressing all of the different site development criteria for new uses or modifications. So you'll see on the far right of the screen, the menu of development standards runs from some dimensional criteria, parking, screening, lighting, signage. So this has got a lot to it. There's a lot of fun information in there, but it basically is where people, there's a section of the code that people will reference when they need to understand, once they've decided that the use is okay, they want to look at how the site is going to develop. These are the things that will help to shape that site development. So right-sizing parking requirements was one of the things that we felt like was a way to improve development outcomes and also ensure that you're still getting the type of developable property that is appropriate. So now it's located, parking ratios, as I indicated previously, is now located within the permitted use table. Across the board, we looked at adjustments to all of your parking requirements, and there was, in most cases, there was a reduction in the number of parking spaces required for off-site parking, for off-street parking. It's, like I said, it's not a complete across-the-board reduction. We did try to customize that as appropriate. But we also incorporated in the parking requirements and the parking development standards provisions for bicycle parking, for EV parking infrastructure, addressing structured parking where appropriate. Most commonly that would be in a downtown context, and then loading facilities, also typically downtown, but for non-residential uses. In the landscaping section of development standards, we incorporated some provisions for xeriscaping and really emphasized the utilization of native plantings to make this a more sustainable option for where you are required to have open green space or landscaping. The tree list has been updated, and we did also incorporate options for the use of low-impact development design techniques. The outdoor lighting requirements, some of the comments that we received early on were that people were concerned about the potential of light pollution, and there were comments that sort of referred to Dark Sky Society and the utilization of dark sky lighting criteria. We didn't go full into the Dark Sky Society has a model ordinance that they've adopted with the Society of Illumination Engineers, and it's fairly complex. We picked out, we felt like, the most appropriate pieces of that set of regulations and applied those here so that lighting is required to be shielded, directed downward. The intent of that is to eliminate or reduce light trespass. We don't want light to trespass from one property to the next. We also don't want light shooting straight up into the night sky. So that's the shielding requirement. But we also do want to make sure that lighting for safety is provided. So all of that is intended to be balanced out in the outdoor lighting requirements. Design standards, I know we've talked about development and design standards somewhat interchangeably, but design standards in this case references the buildings as opposed to the site. So development standards are typically about the site, and the design standards in this case address the structures. And so this ensures some compatibility between structures. It does not address single-family homes. We're precluded by state law from providing or imposing criteria on single-family homes, but we are able to address tiny homes, townhomes, multifamily developments, and then really look at things like mixed use and non-residential to ensure that you're getting the quality development that will withstand the test of time, that will meet the expectations of the community and not be detracting from the aesthetics. So the design standards, where they do apply, they address things like roof treatments, fenestration, that's just a fancy word for windows and doors, where front entry garages can be located, and if they need to be further set back. For instance, dwelling repetition, that really comes into play for multifamily or townhome type development, and sometimes in commercial development as well. And then looking at things like architectural components to kind of animate buildings and make them more interesting and provide more character. So the sign regulations received a fairly heavy overhaul. The Supreme Court passed legislation or made findings in a case particularly in 2015 that kind of threw everybody's sign regulations on their ear. At the time, most communities within the country had sign regulations that were based upon different specific types of signs. That might be real estate signs or election signs or time and place signs. And the Supreme Court said, nope, can't do that anymore. You cannot base your signs on content. So we had to rethink how we structure sign regulations. You still need the ability as a community to regulate how and where signs are located, how big they are, how far they're set back from public rights of way, et cetera. So we've done that, but we've restructured things a little bit. So you'll see on the slide, you've got kind of a table that indicates different applications of signs. In this case, and these are signs that are permitted, each different type of sign, so maybe pole signs, or it may be monument signs or ground-mounted signs. There's a particular table like this that identifies how those signs can be established within each zoning district in the city. So you have tables for each sign type, and again, they address things like allowable sign area, height, and different features and setbacks. Like your current zoning district, or current sign ordinance, excuse me, they are still regulated by district. So we have standards that address infill development, excuse me. And infill development simply means when you're coming into a neighborhood or a commercial district, for instance, where you may have what we call missing teeth, where you have basically developed lots and then one empty lot. You want that one empty lot not to stand out like a sore thumb. You want it to sort of work its way into the development pattern and the context of the existing developments. So there are standards for how that can occur within, and that's simply what we call infill development. We also found that this works pretty nicely with the infill housing palette that the city's recently adopted. So So the next big undertaking within the Unified Development Code was to really tackle the subdivision regulations. Subdivision regulations are, of course, how you carve up property, create lots, so that they are then prepared for development. And so we looked at a pretty heavy overhaul on the subdivision regulations. A lot of that was just to bring them more current. Your subregs hadn't been updated in decades, maybe. That's okay, they're getting there now. So this is, again, where we look at the different standards for connectivity, your street network, sidewalk network, and of course the lotting pattern and blocks within the creation of lots within the city. So one of the things that we were able to do, because we sort of have a sidecar project going with this, a lot of the specific construction standards that are currently embedded in your subdivision regulations have been removed to a technical manual that is your engineering design manual. So that is a new tool that will consolidate basically design instructions for your design engineers when they're determining like what size bolts to use or what gauge wires are required to be used. From the zoning side and the planning side of things, we're not as drilled down on that level of detail, but we know it's necessary for the design engineers to understand that and to be able to build that into their plans. So we're also working with your city engineer to create this technical manual. It will include the design instruction relative to transportation, utilities, and stormwater, and also have a series of construction details that will ensure consistency in the development construction drawings that are submitted relative to subdivisions particularly. A couple other pieces, or another piece of the subdivision regulations that is noteworthy is that you had a placeholder for a number of years for parkland dedication. So we filled out the placeholder and we created the criteria necessary for new development that introduces new residential either lots or units, to provide a parkland dedication. There is also a provision for a fee in lieu and alternatives to the parkland dedication that are built into that section of the code. Another piece that is part of basically your street development criteria is sidewalks. And so we created not just a sidewalk requirement, but a recognition of what we're calling a pedestrian facilities zone. Most typically, that zone is going to encompass a sidewalk on both sides of the street, ideally. We recognize that this is easier said than done in a lot of instances. It's definitely easier in greenfield development where there's nothing out there yet. And so you can place the requirement because you're starting from scratch. In situations where you're incorporating new development into existing and you're working within constrained rights of way, there may be necessary in those instances to modify what is provided. But this section of the code provides basically the parameters that within the right-of-way that's allowed or that's provided, we want to see facilities for all types of users to the extent possible. So to the extent that the right-of-way can provide it, of course you have your vehicular travel lanes. We need you to also look for sidewalks, bicycle facilities, whether that is a multi-use trail or path, or if that is bike lanes within the street section itself. There are also provisions within or descriptions within this pedestrian facility zone that might include landscaping as well as street furnishings where right-of-way allows. But generally speaking, sidewalks are required. There, as in the parkland dedication, there is a fee in lieu provision that would require the city engineer to review the criteria and determine that it is appropriate. So those are the sections that are real the meatier ones, the procedures. This is very practical, but we kind of walk through and provide all the different types of development applications and describe the process necessary to obtain approvals for those types of applications. There's also a chart within this section that identifies who the approval authority is, who reviews, who approves, who may hear an appeal of different types of actions, and also whether or not a public hearing is required and what type of public notice would be required with those types of requests. Nonconformities are not wholly changed. We recognize that anytime there are updates to regulations, there are either existing or nonconformities may be created. We do our best not to create new nonconformities. But this section of the code addresses nonconforming uses, structures, lots, signs, and site plan criteria, and how to address those if a request is made, for instance, to expand a site that may have something nonconforming on it. There are still ways to get there. It's just you got to work through the different provisions and restrictions relative to nonconformities. The concept of a nonconformity is that it's a type of use that if it was established legally at the time under the regulations that were in place at that point in time, then it's fine, but it's not necessarily intended to be supported moving forward. So the idea is that we would like to phase out nonconformities to the extent possible, or take measures, take steps to bring them into conformance with current regulations. And speaking of conformance with current regulations, there's an enforcement section. This is basically bringing forward your current enforcement protocols. And we did strengthen it a little bit and provided a specific list of violations that tends to make it easier on the code enforcement folks to understand what things fall under citations, what things get letters of violation, and that type of approach. The almost last section is really just a listing and description of the different approval authorities that have some role to play with regard to the development regulations. So that includes you guys, that includes the Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment. It summarizes their roles and responsibilities and the different types of actions that they're involved in. And finally, we modified the definitions section to some degree. So we were working with 3 different ordinances previously, so the definitions have all been consolidated into a single set or a single chapter or article within the code. There are 2 sections of definitions. One is specific to land use terms. So in that permitted use table that you saw up front, all of the uses that are included in that table have a definition. And then there is also a set of definitions for general terms that are applicable throughout. So Mr. Hawkins mentioned that we have started getting public input on these, this updated complete draft of the Unified Development Code. We've heard from a few folks through the in-person meetings. We had 2 kind of focused stakeholder meetings back in June, and then also created what we call an ideas wall on the project website so that people have an opportunity to create or to provide input. And so far, not a whole lot of folks have seen this, but those that have are providing us some good feedback. We also, on the project website and during these meetings, provided a memo, which is, I don't know, 7 or 8 page memo, but it's a summary of the major changes. So if people don't have the patience or desire to read a 269 page document, they can read a highlight memo. So that is posted to the website. Some of the things that we've heard, there's been an appreciation for the clarity and sort of the navigable, I guess, outcomes of this particular document. Capacity for infill and mixed use projects, that was something that we were looking for from the beginning. That's something that we hope will encourage the type of development that y'all are looking for. There was support for the parkland dedication regulations and just the standards that are captured within the zoning sections. So where are we now? We are kind of at the end of the game. Next steps basically include wrapping up the public feedback period, making any final adjustments and refinements, and posting an updated complete draft to the project website so that it can be prepared to be brought through the adoption process. And that is all I have for you, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Yeah, that's an awful lot, isn't it?
It's an awful lot.
But I mean, that's the intention, is it to be a very, well, just universal, as it says in its name. I know I sat in just to be a fly on the wall in one of those meetings that you gave a very similar presentation, and there was some developers in there, and they were very excited about it, because it's like, I wish we'd have done this years and years ago, because everything is so much more streamlined and easier to navigate, so. I don't know if there's anything else anybody wants to add. There's a lot to chew on there, but I
It's a
think it's
lot,
definitely a
yes.
step in the right direction. So, Ryan, have you got anything to add?
One, this was one of the other 4 from 2023 as far as
Yeah.
our department priorities, one of 8.
Yep.
From this point going forward, we would be looking at taking this through the approval process, first to Planning Commission and then to the City Commission. I think staff has a couple of tweaks we were chewing on and discussing, and once we have those formalized, we'll begin that adoption process. So you would be looking at August or September seeing this on an agenda.
Right, and then, I mean, I'm glad you had that timeline on there, because it shows that we started this over 2 years ago, and I mean, there's been a lot of work in between.
You signed
It's
the
obvious.
contract with Friesen Nichols.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it was approved right after I started.
Yeah.
So we've been at it just over 2.5 years.
Quite a while. Anybody got anything else? Okay, then I'm gonna offer 2 things. One's an apology and one's a promise. I'll apologize because I want to take another break. The promise is I won't drink any more water. So,
You are the chair of the meeting.
that's one of the nice things about that, but I would do the same for anybody else, so. So I think we're ready to start back up. And that we're still in the administrative reports, so I think the next one is on the Lions Club ball fields. And Andrea, you were doing that one for us, so this will be very interesting.
I will be quick, and I promise you I really only have 3 slides with actual content, so this will not take very long. I'm going to start while this is coming up. So during the April 19, 2023 tornado, the Lions Club Park ball fields were significantly damaged, along with many of our other city-owned assets. And more than a year later, the city is still actively coordinating with insurance. And of course, we are also working with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for the necessary repairs. To date, over $6 million has been spent on storm debris removal activities, and it was initially, as you know, funded through the operating reserves. Other repairs, and most of those are related to fleet vehicles, fencing, traffic lights, many, not all, and Expo Rodeo announcer stand, those have already been completed. These items were either smaller in nature or they were clearly destroyed, and thus it was very easy for the city to act on those. In regard to repairing the remaining damages, estimated to be around $18 million, the city has been diligently working with FEMA and the city's municipal insurance pool, OMAG, on revising damage assessments and coming to a consensus on supplemental settlements. And most importantly, we have to mutually determine that the building or the asset is indeed destroyed and should be replaced and rebuilt. And that has taken some time because the insurance and FEMA had different ideas than city staff, and so we've been going round and round on several of those. One of those being the Lions Club ball fields. They received significant damage, but it took several site visits, particularly from FEMA, to actually come to the determination that, yes, you may now demolish. Why is that important, you may ask? If the city had torn down those ball fields before FEMA concurred with us on this needs to be demolished, the city would have risked the potential receipts of funding necessary to rebuild. So that leads me to that next slide that talks a little bit about process. Based on conversations I've had, as well as questions and comments I've seen on social media, that necessary collaboration between the city and FEMA is not well understood. Following short-term recovery activities, which were completed very quickly in our case, these longer-term recovery efforts, they can take years. And I've cited this previously. In 2023, we received 2013 reimbursements from FEMA, so up to 10 years. In general, before FEMA can be asked for any kind of financial assistance, the city must prove beyond a doubt that we have squeezed our insurance for every possible amount that we can get. And of course, working with the municipal insurance fund, we don't want to squeeze that hard because they're also responsible for many other cities, a lot of which have been hit by additional tornadoes this year. This is not a normal insurance company. This is a partner in insuring, because if we try to go out get regular insurance on the free market, we would be told you have a pool, you have parks, you have police. We're not insuring any of this. Go away. So we're glad to have an insurance pool. What we've done, though, in order to maximize those settlements, we have hired a recovery specialist, Del Sol Consulting specifically, and they have helped us step through this process. So there have been additional settlement checks from the insurance that have come in since the very original one. And of course, every time we get some additional insurance funds, they are put towards the rebuilding of all of these assets. So now that we are almost at the end of working with the insurance, we are really getting into the knee-deep with FEMA. And FEMA process itself has about 7 different steps. Planning and coordination, impact and eligibility, scoping and costing, then the final project review, then the obligation, then post-award monitoring, and lastly, closeout and that can take literally up to 10 years. Each of the city's projects, as in damaged buildings, facilities, and so forth, are in a different phase of that 7-step FEMA process. Out of the 75 damaged locations the city has, all of those were grouped into 27 projects, and only 2 of those have reached stage 5, phase 5, which means that we have received funding for those. And they're all related to the debris removal, nothing else. And debris removal has been closed out. The first 30 days, we received that reimbursement in December of last year. We are getting ready to receive that next check. But again, all for debris removal, nothing else. Which leads me to the next slide. At this time, we've completed that damage assessment. We've reached the agreement with both insurance and FEMA on the ball fields. And that led us to the May 2024 City Commission approval of that award for demolition. Permits had to be pulled. Some additional questions had to be answered regarding World War II usage of that area by U.S. Armed Forces. And just a few weeks ago, the actual demolition began. Because of the debris that had entered into the soil, and this is a ball field, and we would have little children running around and falling onto the grass, because of the debris that entered into that field, the top 6 inches have to be removed outright and replaced. That is a very expensive project, and you may remember that it was more than $250,000 to get this underway, just the demolition alone. Now that the demolition is well underway, the structures have been removed, the soil work is getting ready to be started, we, as the city, have already started working with TAP Architecture, who is the architectural firm retained to help us specifically with the redesign of the reconstruction and the development of the bid packages, so we can move this through the development, through the competitive bidding process. All of that is now underway. And for those ball fields specifically, the work scope and associated service order is being drafted, and this will come back as an item to one of the future City Commission meetings here very soon. Just another very important point to make here, FEMA will work with the city on a like-for-like replacement plus some code required updates. What FEMA does not do is pay for additional upgrades or allow significant changes of what was there. So we are working with FEMA, we're working with TAP Architecture, we will come back on the ball fields. I know that there is a lot of commentary every which way that the city is not moving forward. We moved as fast as we could on this particular project, but dealing with FEMA and working through that process and coming to that mutual agreement that yes, indeed, we may move forward with the demolition was necessary, because otherwise we would have potentially lost out on the reconstruction funds for those ball fields. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. That was super short. That's it.
Questions?
I have just one. Can you speak to a lot of the, just the FEMA process regarding a lot of this upheaval or discontent centered around just not necessarily the demolition, but the slow process of cleanup? Can you talk about that, interacting with FEMA on, because people, I think, felt like we just weren't ignoring it or doing anything about it. Talk about that process of, while we're negotiating the site, the condition it has to be, just bring some general understanding.
So I'm going to look at Bonnie right here, because she was particularly the subject of many, many site visits, for example, for the airport terminal. If my memory serves me, we had 7 site visits, FEMA site visits to the terminal.
Yes, ma'am. Well, to the airport campus, including the terminal, absolutely.
Yeah. So just on that, it was 7. There were multiple on the ball fields. It's just, in some cases, they were looking at how much of the brick wall is still standing versus the bricks that are laying on the ground, and it is their job to make sure that public funds are safeguarded and only utilized in the most appropriate way, but it takes a very long time to work through that process.
So is it accurate to say that if we were to go in and clean up or change the site much while that inspection process is going on, we would jeopardize future reimbursement?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I think one of
Absolutely.
the things that is hard for people to understand, they visit multiple times and spaced out, and so we couldn't, it's not one site visit and then clean up. You have to wait until all of the site visits are completed to be able to get the money reimbursed, is that correct?
For that one project. So these 70-plus sites that were grouped into 27 projects, if that project, if not everything within that project is okay to move forward, that project does not move forward through those 7 steps.
Yeah. It's a very, very complicated process, and you have to do it exactly right, or you're not going to have that opportunity to get that money. And I must say this again, I know I've said it before, but we got 2 new commissioners up here tonight. Right after our tornado, you and I and our assistant city manager went and met with Moore and Midwest City, because they've had a lot of experience, sadly, with situations like this. And both of those communities told us that you need to hire a FEMA consultant, which is exactly what we did, because it is such a big process to go through this, and you cannot afford to get it wrong. So, yeah, it's going to cost us money to hire somebody to do that, but in the long run, that's clearly the easy choice.
Technically
You've got to do it right.
Yeah, technically speaking, there are at a minimum $24 million on the table that if we make a misstep because we don't understand the process well enough, we could leave millions on the table.
Yeah, and your staff would be just consumed with this entire process. They told us, they both told us, very quickly this would turn from a cleanup project to a paperwork project, and I don't think they were wrong. Any other questions? It's encouraging to see this moving forward. I am very, very happy to see that. I believe I was told that the Y has made arrangements to use Lilac Park and Millstead Park for
That is correct.
for their baseball leagues this year, which, I mean, obviously, those are both serviceable. My grandkids have played there in Y leagues, so it may not be Yankee Stadium, but I mean, it is a place that the kids are going to be able to play ball this year, and then we're moving through this really difficult process as quickly as we can, but we can't take shortcuts, because then we're not being good stewards of the taxpayers' monies out here in Shawnee. So I'm excited that's moving forward. So thank you for the update. All righty, that gets us to item 27, which is new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go to item 28, which is Commissioner's comments. And I think, Mr. Vice Mayor, when we start on your end.
Sure, I'll be quick. Just 3 quick congratulations to Commissioner O'Neill, to Commissioner Fitchner. Look forward to working with both of you. Congratulations on your election, and it's a good group to be part of, and a good group to work and get to work with the great people of the city. So look forward to getting to know you both better and work together. And then third and final congratulations to Mark Simpson. Mark, I've known Mark a long time, know his family, and Mark's been a great asset to the fire department. And Mark, your work there speaks for itself, and very excited for you to come over to the management side. And my compliments to you and to Andrea and HR for putting it together, and you've accomplished a lot, and look forward to your talents being put to work, continue to be put to work for the city, but in a new way. So thanks for taking it on. Look forward to working together.
I'll be short and sweet too. Welcome, Mark. We're glad to have you on. Also, just wanted to say it was an honor to serve with both Yana and Darren, and we appreciate the efforts that they put in their time here. And also a big welcome. It's an honor to welcome both of our new commissioners. And although I will be rolling off soon, it's cool that I was able to be here with both of you guys and get to work with you just for a little bit until my time is done. I also appreciate the updates with the tornado recovery efforts and understand driving by Lions Club Park every day in my neighborhood. It's frustrating to just see stuff sitting there, or the airport. I do appreciate the fact that everything has been handled in a way that will protect the city's funds and allow us to get the biggest amount of reimbursement. So long-term, this was the right move, although as a private business owner who likes to see stuff moving fast, it was really frustrating, you know, to watch, like everyone else has expressed. But I appreciate the due diligence that the staff has done, and this commission making sure that we handle things in the appropriate manner to receive those reimbursements. So thank you very much for that.
Mr. Mayor told me when I sat down today, it's going to be like drinking from a fire hose. So, you know, there was quite a bit of information. I appreciate the city staff a whole lot. I was able to get all of the credentials needed and emails ahead of time. And so I was able to review a lot of these documents over the weekend. So that was seamless. I appreciated the transition and the help there. Thirdly, I want to say, you know, since ward-specific elections, I'm the first one to get elected, and so I'm very proud of that. I want to thank all of my constituents that voted for me, and it means a lot that you guys wanted me here, and I'm going to just continue to work for you as hard as I can, and thank you.
Thank you. It's all yours.
Looking forward to it, and maybe shortening some meetings just briefly. I'm kidding.
I'll second that one. I want to welcome the two new commissioners, and like I say, I appreciate Darren and Yana, their service meant a lot. We, you know, especially with Darren, he was here 8 years, so we accomplished a lot during that span. On that note, the Unified Development Code is going to make it so much simpler for everybody, all the builders, the developers, the you know, citizens that are trying to pull permits. That'll be a big help for everybody. So I'm glad to see you get that done. Reports, I know the staff works hard on all the reports. Little concern on sales tax, which that's kind of my pet peeve, is looking at that, looking at income coming in, and it's been flat the last 3 or 4 months. You know, you start trying to put some kind of reasoning to it. You know, I think probably as a society we're traveling more, going outside of the city limits to do things over the summer. So it is, like I say, I think at least we're pretty conservative, and we have pretty good nest egg setback if we need it. So we'll adjust accordingly if we need to. That's about all I got.
All right, thank you, sir. And I'm going to try to be real fast, too. Congratulations to our 2 new commissioners. Thank you very much for stepping up and doing this. I think you're going to find it's an interesting ride. And then, again, want to thank Darren and Yana for their time and all that they did, and you know, just can't thank them enough. Lots of great updates tonight, a lot of very interesting reports. Appreciate staff for putting those together for us, and you know, as you noticed, a lot of these are very long-term projects that we've been working on for years. And I know sometimes people get frustrated and say, oh, this isn't happening, that's not happening. These things take a lot of time, but it's really kind of cool that with all that time and all that effort and the things that have been going on, we're starting to, you know, bear the fruit of all that hard work and labor and all this planning. And you can see how these things are all intertwined, and, you know, it's part of a bigger picture. So I think that was really, really interesting tonight. A lot of great reports, and I'm really glad to see progress. You know, feels like, you know, we've gotten some things done, or, you know, we're making significant steps in getting those things done. So thank you very much for for all the hard work on that. I mean, it's been a big projects. With that, we are going to adjourn, and we are going to go to the airport authority. So I'll give everybody a second to get signed out of this one, and then get signed into the airport authority. All righty. You guys let me know if everybody's in. I'm getting the high sign from everyone. Lisa, we good? I'm gonna let you get in too. It's kind of important. All right, thumbs up from Lisa. So we are to item 2, and that is to consider approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir. Daniel and Cammie. So we have a motion and a second for approval of item 2. We'll call the question. And motion passes 5 in favor with 1 abstention. We have item 3, consideration of a contract for professional engineering services with H.W. Lochner, Inc. And Bonnie, it's your turn. How are you tonight?
Hi, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
I'm doing well.
And thank you very much for the time. Good evening to commissioners. I am here with, I believe, to be some good news. To ensure that our engineering costs for airport projects may be addressed and supported by FAA's grant program, we solicit services once every 5 years using a request for qualifications process. This year's solicitation was published in the News Star, the Tulsa World, on the City and Airport's website, and also directly emailed to the list of civil engineers that is maintained by the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics for engineering firms who specialize in aviation, civil engineering, and say, hey, please call us when you have opportunities. We received 6 requests for the RFQ packet document and 2 statements of qualifications. The review committee used weighted criteria to score the qualification statement that was published in the solicitation document and determined that H.W. Lochner was the more qualified team. We're recommending entering into a 5-year agreement with Lochner to provide engineering services as may be required to support all of the capital projects at the airport, those that are funded by FAA grants or other grants from the state, and any other things that may come up that we can use their expertise in. As we identify individual projects, Lochner will produce for us a task order with fees and scope of work, which will then be brought back to this body to say, yes, those fees and those tasks are suitable to do, and the funding for each of those projects would also be described in those requests. Per FAA requirements, if any of those task orders come forward for a project that looks to be maybe estimated over $100,000, before this body meets, those fees will be reviewed by an independent third-party engineer, so we can give you recommendations to say that they're well within the line of the current costs for engineering services. The first task order that we propose, if this agreement is approved, is to work on some of our taxi lanes in fiscal year 2025. Current estimate for engineering fees for that would be $200,000, 90% of which would be addressed by FAA grant funds.
Very good.
Staff is recommending that you authorize the city manager to execute the master agreement.
Awesome. Any questions for Bonnie? With that, we'd entertain a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 3. We'll call the question. And motion passes 6-0. Item 4, discussion, consideration, and possible action to go into executive session for discussion in accordance with 25 OS 307B3, purchase or appraisal of real property, property number 1. Any discussion here? If not, we'd entertain
Mr. Mayor, make a motion, we go into executive session.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Daniel and Cammie. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 4. We'll call the question. Motion passes 6-0, so we'll go to item 5 before we leave. Hang on, we're going to do both of them at once. Yeah, I know we're all anxious. So item 5 is very similar. Discussion, consideration, possible action to go into executive session for discussion in accordance with 25 OS 307B3, purchase or appraisal of real property, property number 2. So we're looking for a motion.
I'll second.
Cammie and Chris. Okay, we have a motion and a second for item 5. We will call the question.
Yes.
It's the first time it's happened tonight.
Look at me.
Yeah. It's actually been pretty well behaved tonight, hasn't it? Motion passes 6-0, so we will run down the hall, and then we will be back. I think everybody's back. So, item 6, consider matters discussed in executive session in accordance with 25 OS 307B3, purchase or appraisal of real property. So what discussion do we have? Joe, did you have something on the first one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As was discussed in executive session, this relates to a proposal that has been put forth for a lease and potential construction project at the airport. Proposal was made by NB Corporation. In discussions and negotiations with their counsel regarding the lease, some late amendments have been proposed and are being recommended accepted as part of the proposal by city staff, specifically that the effective date listed in the lease agreement that was published as part of the packet that shows an effective date of August 1st, that be changed to September 1st throughout the lease agreement. And the second one would be an amendment by interlineation in paragraph 16.2.1 and 16.2.3, where the term third party would be replaced by sublessee.
Okay.
And staff is recommending approval of that at this time.
Okay, very good. So do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the item with the amendments as recited.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 6 with those modifications. So we will call the question.
Lisa,
Just
laptop. It just keeps
spinning around and around. We can just do it. We can just let you
Make her voice vote.
Yeah,
Voice vote.
We can just do it.
Okay.
that's not a problem.
Okay.
Yes.
Has
It
anybody
hasn't.
got an option?
No, not yet.
Okay.
You're
And
not
if-
alone.
Yeah, believe me.
I'll just tell you.
You'll get used to this.
Well, you know, they were sharing our screen so they could see our issues. We didn't have
Right.
any issues, so I said,
Yeah,
okay,
there
let's.
it is.
Now we're having issues.
Now we got
Go
it.
figure. Okay.
Here.
Oh, now. Commissioner Fisher?
Yes.
Commissioner Sehorn?
Yes.
And motion passes 6-0. So there's just one more and we'll get through it. I promise. It'll be really easy. All righty, so item 7 is consider matters discussed in executive session in accordance with 25 OS 307B3, purchase or appraisal of real property. This is property number 2. Discussion, do we have a motion to come out of session?
Make a motion we approve the contract.
I'll second.
Daniel. All righty, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 7. We'll call the question.
Commissioner Fickman?
Yes.
And motion passes 6-0. Item 8, new business.
No new business, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 9 is we are adjourned. It's time to go home. You guys live through the first one.
Mayor,
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
we need to go back into the SMA.
Yes.
Oh, my
But
goodness.
you do
You're
not
right.
need-
We
you
are
don't
not
need to
adjourned.
Go back into.
We have to go, and, right, because there'll be nothing to vote on, so don't worry about the computers. Thank you, Lisa, for catching that. All right, this should be very painless. So we are back in the SMA. Item 2 is new business.
No new business.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are adjourned. Now we get to go home. Thank you so much.